Yeah. Okay, all right, all right. Okay, inshallah. I'm just waiting to be told. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Is this working? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. اللهم افتح علينا بحكمتك وانشر علينا برحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. يا عليم علمنا من علمك ما ترضى به عنا ولا تؤاخذنا بما تعلمه منا. يا حليم خلقنا بخلق الحلم وحققنا بحقائق العلم. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. It's a great joy and honor to be here with you, and especially on the occasion of showing respect to Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi, the great master. And we say in the Sufi tradition, the beginnings manifest the ends. Good beginnings will lead to good ends. And we ask God to bless this gathering and, to make our intentions the best possible ones, to enable us to speak words of truth and wisdom, to have pure hearts and good hearts, and we ask God to make this a beautiful beginning. So not only that Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi, the great master, can be closer to our hearts, but that also this reality of this epiphany of Islam, that is one of the greatest gifts that God gave to human beings in history, that this can also become our epiphany and our reality, and that we can live in this and we can elaborate it bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. I've been asked to speak 3 times and to talk about Sufism in general. And there's so much that can be said, there's so much that can be added, and feel free to ask questions or to add things whenever you want. If something is said that is not clear to you, feel free to ask about that. There's no problem whatsoever. We are here to seek the truth and to benefit from each other. The point that I want to begin with in speaking about Sufism, and hopefully we will illustrate this over and over again, and this was also, I hope, made perfectly clear to you in the excellent presentation of our brother Sidi Muhammad Issa Waley, is that Sufism is distinctly Islamic. It is authentically and genuinely Islamic. There is nothing about it that is counterfeit. There is nothing about it that has been brought in as an alien thing to Islam and then been taken over. Sufism is based on the Quran, on the prophetic model, on the hadith of the Prophet, on the law of Islam. And we saw today that Shams at-Tabrizi, the great master of Maulana Jalaluddin, he was himself a master of the law. He was a great scholar of Shafi'i fiqh and a great practitioner of that. And when we look at all these Sufi masters, we will find this is always an essential part of them. Ibn Arabi, al-Shaykh al-Akbar, was extremely learned in the law and in the Quran and in the Hadith. And none of them took the law lightly. They delved into its deepest depths, and in fact, that's where they got these pearls. So this has to be emphasized. And therefore, Sufism is innate to Islam, and it is not imported or improvised from the outside. Islamic authenticity is therefore the standard by which the Sufis always measure themselves, their people, and their practices. They must be in tune with the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet. They will always hold themselves to this standard. And we'll talk about this in more detail as we go further. But also, I want to add that just as the Quran and the Sunnah, the law, these are the standards by which the Sufis live and by which they gauge themselves and measure themselves, so also our attitude towards this great legacy, this rich heritage, which is the richest of all Islamic heritages, Sufism. This is also the standard by which Islam and Muslims must be judged. And what I mean by that is that whenever Muslims have a respectful attitude towards Sufism, and they appreciate what a great gift from God this was and is, then all good is accessible to them. All good is at their hands. This is the way that we know that they are well. This is the way that we know that they are sincere. This is the way that we know that they are going in the right direction. When, on the other hand, and this is very rare in Islamic history, when Muslims reject this legacy, especially when they reject it in general, with no discussion, no distinctions, when they ignore this legacy or falsify its reality, then they bring upon themselves immeasurable harm. And in reality, they cut themselves off from the light of the Prophet ﷺ and from the light of all the prophets and the messengers who went before them. To reject this legacy is the greatest of all betrayals. And in our tradition, we say that if you believe in the awliya, who we must believe in as a fundamental principle of faith, then you are in fact one of them. Your ability to believe in them, this is what makes you connected to them and one of them. On the other hand, to reject the awliya, it is said that people who do this in our ummah, they have hearts that are identical to the hearts of those in the past, among the children of Israel or others who killed the prophets. They will be resurrected this way. So we ask God to enable us to bring this tradition to light and to life and to live it and to benefit from it. Sufism is therefore the core of the Islamic legacy. It is the heart of Islam that beats and that pumps the blood through its body, that gives it its intelligence and its life. And Sufism, as the core of the legacy of Islam, is left to us as a reflection of the ultimate victory of this faith and its perfection in the last years of the Prophet's mission, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, a final perfection of this religion that made it accessible to all times, to all places, to all nations, and to all people. Allah reveals in the Quran, He reveals in the Quran, الْيَوْمَ أَكْمَلْتُ لَكُمْ دِينَكُمْ وَأَتْمَمْتُ عَلَيْكُمْ نِعْمَتِي وَرَضِيتُ لَكُمُ الْإِسْلَامَ دِينًا. So this famous verse says, "This day have I perfected for you your deen, your religion, fulfilled my blessing upon you, and contented myself with you, and consented myself with Islam for you as a religion." It is said that this verse was revealed when the Prophet ﷺ was leaving with his companions to make the lesser pilgrimage, the Umrah of Hudaybiyah, and this would lead to the armistice of Hudaybiyah. Although many scholars have said it was probably revealed after that. In any case, this verse is revealed towards the end of the Prophet's earthly career, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's also said that this verse was revealed on the day of Arafah, of the Prophet's farewell pilgrimage, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So, in conjunction with this verse, whatever is revealed in the Quran, it's always manifested also in the life and the teachings and the practice of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And around the same time that this beautiful verse is revealed, and this is again towards the end of the Prophet's life, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we have the famous Hadith Jibreel, the famous Hadith of Gabriel, peace be upon him, which comes down to us in many transmissions. They're very beautiful to study together. They complement each other. They bring out the meanings that are there implicit in each authentic transmission. And this hadith, which all of you no doubt know very well, it's said to be Sunnah. It's said to be the foundation, the mother of the Sunnah, to which all of the meanings of prophetic practice go back, just as Al-Fatiha, the opening surah of the Quran, is Quran. It is the foundation of the Quran. All of the meanings in the Quran are there in the Fatiha, and they say everything in the prophetic practice is here in this beautiful hadith. In one of the standard transmissions of this in Bukhari and Muslim, we are Umar ibn al-Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, he says, "We were in the presence of God's Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, on a certain day, when suddenly there appeared to us a man with intensely white garments and intensely black hair. No sign of travel could be seen on him, and no one among us knew him or recognized him." So this is an amazing thing. This man appears. Medina is an oasis, and it's not really that big. Everyone in the oasis knows everyone else. There's no way to come there except by overland travel. And if you travel overland, then the effects of that travel will be apparent on you. You'll be disheveled and dusty and dirty and tired and hot. But this man comes as if it were out of nowhere. Very beautiful, brilliant, clean. No one knows him. He didn't stop in anyone's house. He didn't ask anyone to give him food or to allow him to wash or anything else. He came forward until he sat just in front of the Prophet ﷺ, and he placed his knees on those of the Prophet ﷺ. This is an Arabian custom. So he comes up right up to the Prophet. The Prophet is sitting and he sits right in front of him and he puts his knees on the Prophet's knees. And he placed his hands on the Prophet's thighs, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Other transmissions tell us that this is towards the end of the prophetic career, in the last year, the last months. And now many delegations are coming to Medina. And given the egalitarian nature of the Prophet's society, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the people who would come in, they often did not know who the messenger was. He dressed like his companions. Whatever he was given of food or clothing or wealth, he would give to them as well. So they dress the same way. And because they keep each other's company, which is the secret of their bond, then they also become inwardly very similar, so that outwardly they look a great deal alike. So the Sahaba decided that they should build a special platform where the Prophet could sit, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in public, and where he could be identified as the Prophet. And they built a platform of clay. They call it a dukkan, a mastaba. And this would be out in the open. And then they sit around it. So no sooner have they done that than this beautiful man comes from nowhere. And in fact, in other transmissions, he sits at a distance. And he says, Adnu aw tadnu. He says, do I come closer to you or you come closer to me? And the Prophet said, Udnu, come closer. So he comes a little bit closer. And then he comes a little bit closer until finally he comes up on the platform and he sits with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then he asks the Prophet these amazing questions which are the foundation of the religion forever. And so he says, Muhammad, tell me about Islam. Of course, the word means literally submission. Tell me about Islam. God's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Islam is that you bear witness that there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. That you establish the daily prayer, pay the obligatory charity fully as zakat, fast Ramadan, and make pilgrimage to the house of God if you are able to find a way to do that. And so then the beautiful man says, you have spoken the truth, sadaqat. And the Sahaba are amazed that what is this? This beautiful man. And other hadith, they emphasize how beautiful he was. And, so he asked the Prophet the question, and then he says, you spoke the truth? Usually students don't do that. So, and the people are amazed. They're really in awe. He said, you have spoken the truth. So we were amazed at him asking the Prophet ﷺ, and then stating he had spoken the truth. Then he said, tell me about Iman, which is the Islamic word, as you all know so well, for faith. And again, this is something we could talk about. We will talk about words when we talk about Sufism in the next lesson. But Iman is a very special word because literally it means to come into security, to come into safety, to come into aman. And if we were to compare our vocabulary with that of the children of Israel, it's very interesting that often because the beginnings are the manifestation of ends, that God put the bar extremely high for them. Very difficult for them to maintain, so that faith becomes sadaq. It becomes truthfulness, which for us is one of the highest of all spiritual states. But we're allowed into the door of faith with much greater ease and facility than that. This is a mercy. So he said, tell me about Iman. The messenger said that you believe in God, His angels, His books, His messengers, and the last day, and that you believe in qadr, predestination, emphasizing that. This is now given special emphasis, that of it which is good and that of it which is evil. He said, you have spoken the truth. So tell me about ihsan. And of course, this is the reason why we want to cite this beautiful hadith. So tell me about ihsan, which is a word we'll talk about in a few minutes in greater detail, making things beautiful, entering into a state of beauty. We can call it moral perfection. We can call it many other things. It's a word that it's again one of these words that has so many connotations. But he said, tell me about ihsan, which is to do things right, to do things beautifully. And as our scholars have pointed out, you will see here that ihsan is the culmination of the faith. It is the culmination of Islam and Iman. And if those are done properly, then it will come. And the Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that you worship God as if you could see Him. In other words, you have total sincerity, total presence. You are in your heart. You are with your heart. You are with God in creation. That you worship God totally, as if you could see Him, for even if you do not see Him, He surely sees you. Now, this is one of the beautiful, beautiful statements of the faith, and this is, of course, the epitome of what will come to be called Sufism. He said, the angel then said, so tell me about the hour. Tell me about the hour of the coming of the last day. And the messenger said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the one who is asked, namely himself, is not more knowledgeable about this than the one who is asking, namely the greatest of all the angels, Gabriel. It's also said that here is a general principle. So although in that particular context it means that the prophet who has been asked, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is not more knowledgeable than Gabriel who is asking, but they say also in general, all askers about this question and all answerers about this question have no greater knowledge than the other. That this is one of God's secrets. Thus the scholars warn against detailed predictions about the last day. We spoke about that before. He said, so tell me about its sign, or in other transmissions, its signs. The messenger said that the maiden, literally the slave girl, give birth to her mistress, and that you see the barefoot, naked, and needy herdsmen of sheep, in another transmission, camels, vying with each other in building tall buildings. Then he went away, the beautiful man. And Umar, who is the narrator of this transmission, he said, we remained for a long time not knowing who this was. Other transmissions would say 3 days. Also, it's said that when he left in other transmissions, he said, bring him back. And so some people got up from the gathering and they want to find the man and bring him back, but they couldn't do that. He had disappeared. So Umar says, we remained for a long time not knowing who it was. Then one day the Prophet said, Umar, do you know who the person was asking the questions? And Umar replied, God and His Messenger know best. The Prophet said, it was Jibreel, it was Gabriel, who came to all of you to teach you your religion. So this is a very beautiful hadith, and as we said before, this is a hadith which comes at the very end of the prophetic legacy. Scholars have said that it's in the 10th year, which is the last year, that it was just before the farewell pilgrimage. The verse that we recited or referred to a few minutes ago, it said also that it was at that pilgrimage as well. So this hadith also reflects that perfection of the religion, that ultimate victory and consolidation of the religion. And therefore, this hadith comes just before what we call inqita' al-wahi, the cutting off of revelation, and istiqraru shara', and the establishment of the prophetic law in its final forms. Again, our scholars have said, many of them, that this hadith is al-Sunnah, just as al-Fatiha is al-Quran. The Fatiha contains all the Quran, and this beautiful hadith embodies all of the prophetic legacy. And also in it you have the prophet-disciple relationship, and you have which is the basis of the Shaykh-Murid relationship, which is at the core of Sufism. Gabriel was the prophet's Shaykh. The Prophet ﷺ is the Shaykh of his companions. They will then become the Shaykhs of the people that come after them. Great scholars, we could name some names. They say all of the knowledges of the prophetic legacy and of the law, they go back then to this hadith. So, this hadith then speaks of the three dimensions of deen. Islam, which in this particular presentation is outward conformity, living the law outwardly in a way that's harmonious with the way that it was taught. Islam. Iman, internalizing that properly with correct belief, and then ihsan, embodying that so that it takes over our whole being. And these three different aspects are meant to be part of a single whole. The more harmoniously they become integrated in us, the closer we approach the perfected human personality that was represented by the Prophet ﷺ and also by his companions. And one of the things that has been noted by our scholars is that Hadith Jibreel indicates to us how lofty the station of the companions was. Again, this is their 23rd year with the Messenger. And now they have become very perfect and very completed themselves. And therefore they are worthy to have the angel Gabriel visit them and before them to articulate the foundations of this faith. So ihsan then is the reality about which this speaks. Mullah Ali al-Qari, one of the great masters of our tradition, he says that, again, forgive me for repeating, he says this hadith is called Hadith Jibreel because of the prominence of Jibreel in it. It is called Ummul Ahadith, the mother or the foundation of all of the hadith of the Prophet, Sunnah, as others say, because everything is included in it. So in it you have implicitly the entirety of the Sharia, of the way that leads to life-giving water, the prophetic law, the outward communal practice and individual practice. And in it you have the tariqah, which, as Sidi Muhammad Issa Waley indicated, is the path that gets you from here to there, the particular methodology that you follow to do that. And in it you have the haqiqah, the ultimate reality, that you worship God as if you could see Him. The closer you become to God, the more real you become. The more that you approach God, the more blessed you become. And he said, in this you have all of that in this comprehensive illustration, bayan ijmali, just as the Surah Al-Fatiha is a bayan ijmali, a comprehensive clarification of the Quran itself. So ihsan then is what we want to focus on here in this beautiful hadith, and the intrinsic relation between it and between Islam, outward conformity, and Iman, correct inward belief. Ihsan, as we've said, it can be translated many ways: moral perfection, ethical perfection, spiritual perfection, literally putting the good into practice. making the beautiful a way of life, becoming beauty, becoming beautiful. And the whole hadith is in fact ihsan. The whole hadith is set in beauty. And in this hadith we see implicitly what is so much a lived reality for these great people like Mawlana Jalaluddin Rumi and Shaykh al-Akbar Ibn Arabi, that all who take God's religion seriously, all who take God seriously, they must seek to go into the depths. They must seek to go into the depths of themselves in order to find how they relate to God. And in doing that, going beyond the surface and going into the depths, then also they're able to soar to the heights and to get all of this legacy to come together and to bear fruit. One of the goals of Islam then is to become truly human. And this is what is possible through the legacy of ihsan, becoming beautiful, manifesting that beauty in ourselves. God says in the Quran, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. I did not create the spirits and humankind, but that they worship me. Okay, so that's what we were created for. We were created to fast the month of Ramadan. We were created to stand in prayer in its nights. We were created to pray, as we will in a few minutes, the Salatul Dhuhr. Okay, this is our nature. We are a race of worshipers. And if we don't worship God, we will worship something else. The 20th century, which is perhaps the most atheistic century in all human history. There's nothing that approaches it. Although atheism appears from time to time in history. You have atheism in ancient China, you have it in ancient India, you have it in ancient Greece. But in the 20th century, when atheism was promoted probably more effectively and systematically than ever before, then you have the emergence of secular alternatives to religion. Because human beings must worship. They cannot leave this nature that they have. I created man to worship me, so he will always be a worshiper wherever he is. And we say that what this means is that we created man to know me. The knowledge of God is the greatest of all knowledges. It is the knowledge that gives us access to everything. Again, the closer that we come to God, who is the real, the more real we become, the more human we become. So, in saying that I created human beings to worship me, God indicates by that that you will know me through worship. And this is, of course, the way of the Sufis, because they are the masters of that. They worship God with absolute presence, absolute conviction, absolute sincerity, and so therefore they come to know Him in a way that only they can have access to. And as C.D. Shemps pointed out before, no one ever fathoms the knowledge of that sea. No one truly knows God but God. But we do have access to adequate knowledge of Him, real and sound knowledge of Him, and that adequacy then gives this kernel which grows into the growing and potentially infinite knowledge of God in this world and the next. God also tells us that He created us to be vicegerents of God on earth. This is your role. You have a special role in creation. You are the one that if you get yourself right and you become real by knowing your Lord, then this world is transformed by your presence in it. That's the vicegerent, man or woman. This is what we were created to be. This is why there is the legacy in front of us, the destiny in front of us of either the garden or the fire. The human being who fulfills that destiny is the one who earns the garden, and the one who turns his back on that, then he earns that other destiny. So this is what we are created for, to be vicegerents, to be stewards of God on earth. But how can we do that if we are these limited and incapable beings that we are. So this is where the perfection comes in. And that's, of course, what the legacy of ihsan does, is that it enables us to attain human perfection as manifested in the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and in the prophets and messengers before him, and in the great followers of the prophets, and to become truly human. We ask God to benefit us from these days of contemplation of the treasures of Jalaluddin Rumi. Maulana Jalaluddin speaks to the roots of the roots of the roots of the faith. He is the one who embodies, by the grace of God, all of this universal reality, which is ihsan, with the profound mastery of belief and theology, the knowledge of God and the universal human condition. He says that my words are ships and my meanings are the ocean. You have seen the form but are unaware of the meaning. If you are wise, then pick the pearl out of the shell and keep it for yourself. So let's begin with that. We said that Islam is the embodiment of the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet. We could also speak of the primacy of the Quranic text as the Sufi text. Our brother Sidi Muhammad Issa Waley noted that Jami, the great Persian poet, says of the Masnavi that it is the Quran in Persian. Okay, so it embodies in these various beautiful aspects of Persian verse this sea which is the Quran, this infinite sea. And we see this in all the Sufis, just as the hadith of the Prophet will always be their inspiration. In all of them, they go back and forth between these poles, the Quran and the hadith, and then they show us by what they do and what they write and what they teach are the realities that are there. So for them, the Quran is what it should be for all believers, this cosmic text, this text of the uncreated, revealed words of God that disclose in themselves the infinite meaning, the infinite knowledge of God. That's what the Quran is. It embodies the infinite knowledge of God. Rumi, in one of his poems, he speaks about the fact that you are unable to bear the light of God. If only so little of it were revealed to you, you would cease to exist. And so therefore, he gives you these beautiful words. And these words contain that light. And as you grow, then they release that light in you. And it grows, so that you become more and more filled with light. And you are able to take in this legacy. So this is the way they looked upon the Quran. Of course, in the traditional Muslim world, who didn't memorize the Quran? Even today, one of the signs, one of the remarkable things about our ummah is that from east to west, West Africa all the way to China and to Indonesia and Malaysia, wherever you go, there's so many people who memorize this blessed text and who love this blessed text. The Sufis invariably are people who not only memorize it, generally from a very early age, but then they live it over and over again. They repeat it all the time. It becomes the setting for their daily life and their meditations. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, may Allah be pleased with him, and we should note here that in the Sufi tradition, all of the great legal imams, Abu Hanifa, Malik, Ash-Shafi'i, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Sufyan al-Thawri, and many others that you may or may not know of, Abu Thawr, these are all regarded to be Sufi masters. And that is not plagiarism or alteration, of history. That's the reality. Again, they keep inward what in some, like Mawlana Jalaluddin, will be made outward as a mercy to humankind. They may not speak that. Malik himself, may Allah be pleased with him, who is the heir of Medina, is said to have taught, "Man tasharra'a wa lam yatahaqqaq tafassaq," that whoever lives by the Sharia alone, the outward law, but does not imbibe the haqiqah, the inner metaphysical reality, the inner truth, becomes corrupt, becomes a deviant. And whoever وَمَنْ تَحَقَّقَ وَلَمْ يَتَشَرَّعْ تَزَنْدَقْ, and whoever takes in those inner metaphysical truths, the haqiqah, but does not put on the armor of the prophetic law, does not live by the law as they did, he will become a heretic, a zindiq, which is worse than a fasiq. وَمَنْ تَشَرَّعَ وَتَحَقَّقْ فَقَدْ تَحَقَّقْ. But whoever takes on the outward law and the haqiqah, he will have the haqiqah. Or he will also, tasawwuf, in another transmission, he will be a real Sufi. And Imam Malik lived in the time of the first great Sufis like Ibrahim ibn Adham and others. Whether Imam Malik actually said this or not, scholars will disagree. They do not disagree that this is a statement that goes back to his time, and it is a statement that he would have endorsed, as was endorsed by the other great masters of that time. So Ahmad ibn Hanbal, he says, do not look for separate passages of the Quran in order to juxtapose them as if they were in contradiction. This is often what people do. But he said, read the Quran from the beginning to the end, and then from the beginning to the end, and then from the beginning to the end, and take it all in. And this is the way they did. This is especially the way the Sufis did. By the way, we should note that Al-Hallaj, may Allah have mercy on him, who is one of the very important pivotal figures in making the reality of Sufism part of the texture of Islamic civilization. And we can talk about that at another time. But what school did Al-Hallaj follow? He was a Hanbali. He was a very strict follower of the school of Ahmad ibn Hanbal. And there are many others, many of the great Persian Sufis, also like Al-Ansari. You know, they're also Hanbalis. The great Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, may Allah be pleased with him and give us the blessing of the mentioning of his name. He was the master of the Hanbali school, as he was also the master of the Shafi'i school. And he was able to give fatwas in both. He was a master of all outward knowledge. All of the recitations of the Quran, the hadith, the ilm of fatwa, the differences of opinion of the scholars, and so forth. And, but he is a Hanbali. And so again, we have to emphasize this fact. The idea that somehow the Sufis excuse themselves from the burdens of the law, this is a total misrepresentation of what that tradition is like. Again, there's no way, as the Sufis would say, the haqiqah, which is this ultimate reality, this ultimate truth, it is in the Sharia, like butter is in the milk. If you don't have full milk, you can't have butter. But to get the butter, you've got to churn the milk. And so that's what they do. They live that life, they churn that milk, and then they get this precious butter. Imam al-Ghazali in Ihya Ulumuddin, this incredible work, Imam al-Ghazali is of course a master of the masters. And Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, who comes later, they're of the same generation, when al-Ghazali is leaving Baghdad to take his 11-year spiritual journey in which he'll write Ihya Ulumuddin, just as he leaves the city, this beautiful young boy from Gilan, from the Caspian Sea of Sunni Persia, at the order of his mother Fatima, Allah bless her, he comes into the city. That's Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani. 17 years old. And he will spend the next 40 years in rigid discipline, mastering the outward sciences, mastering the inward training. And then really, in many ways, Shaykh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, he will apply the program of Imam al-Ghazali. And Imam al-Ghazali is the master of this. In fact, if we were to talk about Ihya Ulum ad-Din, he's very careful to always keep the book on the level of the ordinary Muslim. He never wants to speak in Ihya Ulum ad-Din at a level that only he could understand, or only Mawlana Jalaluddin or Mawlana Shams at-Tabrizi could understand. He'll always take you to that door. He'll always say, there it is. If you want to go through the door, you're welcome. But he won't take you through the door in Ihya Ulum ad-Din. He will simply bring you to it. But I wanted to emphasize that the Quran is always for the Sufis this presiding rule, this germinating idea. They always live in it. They never leave it. A great sheikh that I had the honor to be with for 19 years, my first primary sheikh, Sheikh Muhammad Abu Bakr, may God have mercy on him, our wonderful sister Adiba knew him well. And of course, Sheikh Abdul Samad was also one of his disciples. But he would complete the Quran every 3 days. I don't think he slept, but he lived the Quran. Every 3 days he does a khatam, every 3 days. And again, it's like the Quran just impregnates him. He embodies it. It shines forth from him. So I wanted to emphasize these things. I think it's very, very important. And therefore also the Sufis become the masters of synthetic interpretation. And again, if we were to study the Quran, there are many different approaches to it. May Allah enable all of us to live in the springtime, the verdant springtime of the Quran. May He make it the verdant springtime, Rabi'a, of our hearts, as we say. And in that, may you have to taste the beauty of the Arabic language which is the most ancient and the most pure form of Semitic speech known to human beings. All forms of Semitic speech and related forms of speech, like that of Pharaonic Egypt, very close to Semitic, all of them are Middle Semitic compared to Arabic. Arabic is an ancient, pure Semitic tongue, preserved by the Arabian Peninsula, preserved by the Abrahamic custom of pilgrimage and sacred months. But it was a language that was created perfectly in order to be the receptacle of the Quran forever. So we know what that language means, and may you also be able to taste that language and to delve into it. But the Sufis, more than anyone else, are able to put it all together and to have these synthetic readings, which are also the very foundation, really, of Islamic science and of Islamic civilization. So the Sufi masters always sought istimbat, to take water, to draw water out of the earth, deduction, induction, from their khatam, from their recitation of the Quran from beginning to end, which they always repeat, especially from uninterrupted and repeated recitation. And this was very common among them, as this was also very common among the Salaf. When I began my study at the University of Chicago a long time ago, one of the books that I read first was History of Judges. And there's a book, History of Judges of Egypt by Kindi. And there are other books. And I encountered this unbelievable statement many times in reading about these early Muslim judges of the 1st and 2nd and 3rd Islamic centuries, that they would read the Quran every night in its totality, and that some of them would read it every night 3 times. And it's like, I don't want to disbelieve that because I have the gift of being very credulous. Thank God. I'm not a skeptical person. It's easy for me to believe. But, so I don't want to disbelieve, but how is that possible? And, of course, our dear brother Shams was talking about the footstep, how the Sufis were able to take a step into time. And he mentioned a great sheikh that he knew who was in Medina and said, I need to pray Maghrib, which is an hour away in Mecca. And so he stepped into the crowd and disappeared. It said Imam al-Nawawi, who was one of the great qutubs of Islam, an amazing man, that he would pray Maghrib in Medina, he would pray Isha in Mecca, he would pray Fajr in Jerusalem, and then he'd be back in Damascus to teach. Is that possible? Well, you know it's not possible. It's miraculous. It's miraculous. And things like that are possible for the Lord of time and place, the Lord of time and space. There was a great Sheikh Ahmed ibn Idris, who we have the honor to also have his chain of transmission. He was one of the great masters of the 18th and early 19th century. The Sanusi movement will come out of him and others. And he was talking about how the Sufis could recite the Quran in a very short time. And a particular scholar of outward knowledge was there, and he just couldn't believe that. And he doubted it, but again, he had adab, so he didn't want to show that doubt. But Sheikh Ahmed ibn Idris could see that he doesn't believe it. He doesn't know how that's possible. So they say the next day, Sheikh Ahmed ibn Idris, who was in Mecca, he was making tawaf around the Kaaba in the last third of the night. And this beautiful scholar came in. And so Sheikh Ahmed took him by the hand, and he recited to him the entirety of the Quran, from Al-Fatiha to An-Nas in Tartil. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Better than that. From Al-Fatiha to An-Nas, between the black stone and the door of the Kaaba. That's what, about 10 steps. But he just wanted, he took him into that realm. So these are the gifts that God gave these great people. And if you believe in that, then you are a wali of Allah. And this is real. This is possible. And these people exist. And people like Maulana Jalaluddin, Rumi, their praise will exist until the end of the world. And the status that they have in the next world, you and I cannot imagine. We want to put ourselves under the shade of their tree and never leave that shade. Ghazi Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, who is the founder of the Ottoman dynasty, which is one of the greatest ever. And where in the history of kings or sultans will you find anything like the House of Uthman? Tell me, where will you find that? I'd like to know. There are great kings in history. Cyrus the Great, who released the Jews from captivity and built the Second Temple. Koresh, as he's called in Hebrew. Koresh. You know, Cyrus was great. And he is like Dhul-Qarnayn. No one is more like the archetype of Dhul-Qarnayn than Cyrus the Great. And he's great, and so were many of his successors. But Ghazi Uthman had a dream in which a light came out, like the moon, came out of the heart of his sheikh, and then it came into his heart. And then a sycamore tree grew up. And for the Ottomans, the sycamore tree was almost like a sacred symbol. Wherever they would go, they would plant the sycamore. And you see this if you go to Turkey. I've seen sycamores that are 600 years old, you know, where the Ottomans were. But the sycamore tree then came out, and it spread its limbs to the east, west, north, and the south. and it shaded all the nations of the earth. They all came to live in the protection and the shade of that tree. And they said that the light is his sheikh, and it's his sheikh's daughter whom he marries, and then out of that begins the great family. But Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi is the tree that shades the tree. And may we take that in, may we drink that water, the water of the unseen, and may it bring us to life, and may it enable us then to be lights that live that, and that take that to others, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. Let's stop here. We'll come back to talk more about what is Sufism. Let's talk in the next class also a little bit about the name. Again, Sufism is the perfect name for this phenomenon because nobody knows what it means. Nobody knows where it comes from. The Sufis say, beware of the maker of claims. Have you ever known a Sufi who says, I'm a Sufi? I don't. They will never say that. They say, we love them. We admire them. They don't make claims. Beware of the maker of claims. So even this name, which will become the most famous name by which they are known, is a name that has in it absolutely no claim, not even a claim to wearing wool. And we'll come back to talk about that next time. Again, the main point that I want to repeat over and over again, never believe for a moment that the masters of the Sufi way were people who had their own antinomian interpretation of the law. Wherever that happened, they regarded it to be gross deviation, especially if it were done intentionally and consciously. Then it is kufr. And so we'll come back to talk about that. Would you like to add anything, Sidi Shams, or would you like to ask questions? Astaghfirullah al-azim, astaghfirullah al-azim, astaghfirullah al-azim, astaghfirullah al-azim. Sorry? Astaghfirullah al-azim, astaghfirullah al-azim. Sidi Abdul Rahman, do you understand what we say? Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Glad to hear that, mashallah. May Allah make English
Rumi century. A prominent religious scholar named Jalaluddin Rumi was suddenly separated from his teacher and spiritual friend. In his grief, he took hold of a column and began turning. Verses of poetry began pouring out of him. Remarkable poetry. His students wrote the words down. 700 years later, Rumi's poetry is being discovered in the West. He is, in fact, the best-selling poet in America. Come to the orchard in spring. His students come to the orchard in spring. There is light and wine and sweethearts in the pomegranate flowers. If you do not come, these do not matter. If you do come, these do not matter. Come to the orchard in spring. There is light and wine and sweethearts in the pomegranate flowers. If you do not come, these do not matter. If you do come, these do not matter. Come to the orchard in spring. There is light and wine and sweethearts in the pomegranate flowers. If you do not come, these do not matter. If you do come, these do not matter.
زاد دن به سر عجب خود بیندیش را هم پیری مکال شرها داد مستی ها دهد مستی بد سر به حلال. آره قلب أرواح المريدين من تفعل من شاهد الجهل. I think we should go down and see if there's anybody downstairs, or I'm sorry, Siddhi, you shouldn't have to go. I don't mind going. Actually, it's just they might think we've been somehow unfair if we haven't kind of said something. Sure, it's been sure. It's good enough for me. Thank you. Barakallahu fik. These are the words of Sayyidina Musa alayhi salam. You know about that? Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Barakallahu fik. Thank you, Shamsi Effendi. Thank you. I've got some, thank you very much. Yeah, Shamsi was kind enough to bring me there. Read you some more Masnavi while we're waiting. Nobody there? All right, I'm sorry. Out to lunch.
So maybe something to take into account for tomorrow.
Well, go around with the sound. Go around with one of those sound vans they have in Japan or something. All right, Bismillah. Well, ala kulli hal. Okay. Okay. I didn't say anything. Bismillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barak ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi kiram. Rabbi ishrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. اللهم علمنا ينفعنا وانفعنا بما تعلمنا زدنا من فضلك علما وتعليما إنك على كل شيء قدير. The deen of Islam, as you know, is based on wisdom and knowledge, not on superstition. In the Arabic preface to the third daftar of Masnavi, Maulana characterizes aspects of wisdom as the troops of God, Junudullah. We're talking in this talk about Allah Most High and the realms of creation. He says this, I'll read you the first few lines in Arabic actually, it's for change, and then English translation. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. الحكم جنود الله يقوي بها أرواح المريدين ينزله علمهم عن شائبة الجهل وعدلهم عن شائبة الظلم وجودهم عن شائبة الرياء وحلمهم عن شائبة السفه ويقرب إليهم ما بعد عنهم من فهم الآخرة ويؤثر لهم ما عصر عليهم من الطاعة والاجتهاد وهي من بينات الأنبياء ودلائلهم تخبر عن أسرار الله وسلطانه المخصوص بالعارفين إلى آخره. The sciences of divine wisdom are the armies of God by which he strengthens the spirits of initiates, disciples, purifies their knowledge from the defilement of ignorance, their justice, their good judgment, from the defilement of iniquity, their nobility, noble character from defilement of ostentation, riya, showing off, and their forbearance from the defilement of folly. He brings near whatever was far from them as regards understanding of the akhirah, the hereafter. He makes easy for them acts of obedience and high resolve to serve him. They are also amongst the evidence and proofs of the prophets alayhim salam, yielding knowledge about the mystery and sovereignty of Allah, which is only granted to people of ma'rifah, of gnosis. In this talk and the next two, inshallah, we'll be looking at aspects of the Islamic understanding of existence with a capital E, as presented by Mawlana Jalaluddin Rumi radiallahu ta'ala anhu. The subject in this talk is Allah and the realms of creation. So it's fitting we should begin our consideration of Mawlana's teaching with the source, the origin of all, Lord of the universe, Allah tabarak wa ta'ala. You may well be aware that Mawlana has no rigid theological or cosmological system, though it isn't going to be a lecture on kalam, dialectic theology. Consequently, he has to present his ideas using passages from various sources, different parts of his works. And today the choice of passages and the scope for unpacking them is limited by time restrictions. One point that does need to be made at the start, is fundamental, is that Mawlana's writings and discourses all testify to his entire complete conformity to the tenets of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, or if you like, Orthodox Sunni Islam. Fundamental levels of existence are three, theologians account: Allah Ta'ala, the spiritual world, and the material world. And one Quranic ayah, Allah refers to all three of them, where He says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ألا له الخلق والأمر تبارك الله رب العالمين. Truly His are the creation and the command. Blessed Allah is Allah, Lord of the universe. The creation, the khalq, denotes the material world, the world of physical causality. The command, the amr, is the world of the spirit, referred to in the Quran. They will ask you about the ruh, but the ruh min amri rabbi. The ruh is from the command of my Lord. Amr, there's no proper way to translate this. Commenting on the first of these above mentioned Quranic verses, Mawlana says in the Masnavi, know that in the verse His are the creation and the command. Creation is the form, command is the spirit. Again he says, divine love is the sun of perfection. Its light is the command, and all creatures are shadows. Of course, the shadow will exist how long? As long as there's light there, it's gone. The light moves away, gone. Among the wondrous aspects of Allah's creation is, as you know, the fact that He creates ex nihilo. All this, everything, and the sky that we see at night, unreckonably beyond, created from ex nihilo, from nothing. Mawlana and Divan mentions this fact, and that despite the beautiful aspects of the cosmos, which may we well wonder at, and we wonder at more the more we find out about it, inshallah, Allah is constantly sending us reminders in this worldly life for our sake, not to remain content with seeing only phenomena, but to transcend that. To which I might add, come to think of it, we don't understand cosmos just by physical cosmology, what they call it. We don't understand just by physics, as they call it, but only by transcendent cosmology and by metaphysics. Beyond that, we just are stumbling around like a donkey on the ice, as Maulana says somewhere. So he sends reminders, with 100 kindnesses you seek me out, with 100 signs you summon me. Every moment you're pulling at my ears, if to say, come on, slow coach, move along. Never have I beheld a bird that flew without wings. Never had a boat seen moving purposely without any water there, but for your wondrous creative power. You're a great store of rare, extraordinary things. You paint miniature paintings everywhere on the ocean of non-being. We don't see all the causes, we don't see how everything works. Within the human breast you paint a form that's fatherless, like Jesus. Trying to understand it, even Avicenna falters like an ass on ice. We will return to the subject of divine love later in this talk, inshallah. Meanwhile, in thinking about the couplet from Maulana describing love as the son of perfection, we need to bear in mind a metaphysical point. The original source of divine love for creation, that which underlies his will to become manifest and to be known, is God's love for himself. We'll be looking more than once, inshallah, at the hadith that says, I was a hidden treasure, I willed to be known, so I created creation that I might be known. So the original source of this divine love is Allah's love for himself. He who is the most loving, Al-Wadud, is also, as his complete right given his infinite, limitless perfections, he is the self-exalted, Al-Muta'al, and he is the haughty, Al-Mutakabbir. What have any of us to be proud of? He made everything. Aziz al-Jabbar al-Mutakabbir, infinitely precious, remote, the all-compelling and the haughty. As for Allah in himself, theologians distinguish three levels, though expressions such as level or aspect is not really appropriate here, but we need some kind of human conceptual frame of reference when we speak of Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala. What else is there to speak about? In himself he is the essence, is that, is eternally one, beyond all describing and imagining. But by his attributes, his sifat, he makes himself knowable to creation, and by his acts, his af'al, he acts every moment, on every atom in the universe, precisely as he pleases. The theologians categorize the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, peerlessly exalted is he, in at least two different ways. I'll just mention a couple. On the one hand, there are those which pertain to the dhat, or the essence, such as life, will, knowledge. On the other hand, there are those that pertain to af'al, or the acts, such as the imparting of will or death, or giving life, the imparting of life and death. Another categorization distinguishes between the attributes of beauty, so to speak, and majesty, Jadal and the Jamal. Or to phrase the same distinction in another way, as Maulana and other Sufi poets often do, between those of Qahar, meaning invincible might, and Lutf, meaning subtlety and gentleness, or again between justice and mercy. You're probably all aware of the saying that the human heart is between the two fingers of the Almighty. So they say between the justice and mercy, between the majesty and the beauty, such like, and we're pushed this way and that, as the pen is propelled by the writer. The couplet in the Divan talks about these opposite attributes. Look at his gentleness, and stones and boulders turn as soft as wax. Look at his rigor and majesty, even your wax turns as hard as granite. And yet Allah, out of his divine generosity, his mercy, takes place over his wrath. So quoting from the Masnavi, the fire of hell is just one speck of divine rigor. It's a whip to threaten base souls with. Though his rigor is so mighty and powerful, look at the coolness of his gentleness, which precedes it, i.e. which ultimately overcomes, it has priority. This is an ineffable, inscrutable precedence in the realm of meaning. That is the fact that mercy overcomes rigor. Have you ever seen a precedent and a subsequent with no duality? In other words, they're working together. In the sense that there's a unity vision, they're working together and not against each other. When he is hard on you, it's part of his gentleness towards you. When he is gentle with you, putting to trial, hard on you. So many things hidden in their opposites, something which I haven't said enough about here. Maybe we can look at this in another talk. Have you ever seen the precedent and the subsequent that have no duality? Severity inspires awe. Once you start trembling, that awe becomes soft and smooth. The awe-inspiring form is aimed at the unbeliever, or we might say it's aimed at the unbeliever in us. Everybody has an unbeliever they're trying to deal with, but once you admit your helplessness, it turns into gentleness and kindness. Message after message comes, you can't do it by yourself. You get up in the morning, we try and do it by ourselves. There's a message, لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله كنز من كنوز الجنة treasures. From treasuries of paradise is there no power, no strength to move anything except through Allah. And I go and forget about it again until the reminder comes. Once you admit your helplessness, it turns into gentleness and kindness. وَمَا رَمَيْتَ إِذَا رَمَيْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ رَمَى. You did not throw when you threw, but it was God who threw. Quranic reference to the Prophet's ﷺ triumph with one handful of stones by divine will. According to orthodox Islamic doctrine, God creates mankind and all their actions. The actions are acquired by the human agent, kasb, in accordance with their individual destiny. Questioned about the tahiyyat, the salawat and the tayyibat, greetings, blessings, and the goodly things for Allah which are mentioned in the Muslim ritual prayer, Mawlana Rumi observes in one of his discourses, their true meaning is that these acts of devotion do not come from us, do not pertain to us by ourselves. The reality is that the tayyibat, the salawat, are God's, not ours. Lillah. Everything is His and belongs to Him. Tawheed. Tawheed is not just there is one God, not more than one God. Islam is for grown-ups and there are as many degrees of Tawheed. Who knows? This observation of Mawlana's that everything is His and belongs to Him does not contradict the fact that as human beings we're responsible for our own actions. As we experience it in life, we have choices, and we make choices. There's no injustice in our being held to account by the Creator. This matter of theodicy, of course, raises the question of the apparent conflict between divinely dictated destiny on the one hand and human free will on the other. Mawlana teaches, unequivocally, man is free to make choices. Indeed, the trust which the Creator has bestowed on us as His deputies on earth, to be discussed inshallah in the next talk, could not otherwise have existed. It wouldn't make any sense. How can you put somebody in charge with the authority to do things if everything is done is laid down on the man on precisely no authority? Mind you, might happen in some corporations. But not Allah's plans for the universe, because He is perfectly just. And everything in His plan makes sense. It's just we don't see the sense in the plan necessarily, and that's our problem, not His. Moreover, our author says that in the final analysis, those who do hold that all things are predestined, so there's no need to live a religious life, for example. If you're meant to, you will. These are just hypocrites. Why? Because if they're asked to do something they don't want to do, they say, well, there's no use in doing that. It's all been decided. But they're off to stop doing something that they find pleasure in, and they don't want to stop, well, they will carry on doing it. Maulana has much to say on this question of free will and predestination in the Masnavi, and sometimes you read Maulana, you wonder, why did we spend all our time scratching our heads about this when he seems to make it seem so easy? Well, extraordinary thing. Here are two couplets by way of example, what he says. He says, God's free will brought our free will into existence. The free will is like a rider concealed beneath his dust trail. And again, man is mounted upon the steed of we have honored, meaning the Quranic ayah, we have honored the children of Adam. The reins of free will are in his hands, the hands of his power of discretion. Unequivocal then. Now we move on to some thoughts about the purpose of creation. To speak of creation, khalq, is to speak of the af'al, the acts of Allah Most High, these being the manifestations of His attributes. Why then did He create the universe? To make manifest His infinite perfections, His attributes of majesty and bounty. This saying, even not a Sahih hadith, expresses the profoundest wisdom. I was a hidden treasure. I wished to be known. So I created creation that I might be known. Not that in any way Allah Ta'ala needs His creation. He doesn't need anything. But that such attributes as mercy, generosity, might and justice, not to mention those names of His that intrinsically entail creation, such as Khaliq, Bari', Musawwir, one who creates, the one who originates from nothing, and the one who forms. Just as the names of Allah inevitably include their opposites, e.g. the Muhi and the Mumit, one who gives life, the one who gives death, Al-Ghaffar, the one ever forgiving, Al-Muntaqim, one who takes vengeance. Conflict is inherent in the created world, and there's a conflict that takes place between the power of the divine names and they're manifesting in this world. This is a subject we return to inshallah in another of these talks. We also inform the Quran that Allah Most High, in whose hand is all dominion, created life and death to try you. Which of you is best in actions? Surah Al-Mulk. Maulana says in one of his poems, the chosen one, Al-Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam, used to say to God, since you're free from need of us, what was the wisdom, tell me please, in your creating all these things? God said, O soul of the world, I was a treasure well concealed. I desired that treasure of goodness and bounty to be manifested. I made a mirror to witness. Its back the earth, its face the sky. Its back becomes better than its face if it escapes pretense and hypocrisy. If you think of a mirror, it's not like what you've got on the wall here. It's a piece of steel in the medieval Islam that has been polished up. And there are usually maybe some ornamental designs on the back, but anyway not polished on the back. So what is this mirror with its back the earth and its face the sky? There's an aspect to the human being that is terrestrial, that is physical, material, gross, a thief that is going to go back to the earth when it perishes, and the other part of the witnessing a mirror faces heavenwards and belongs in heaven and is designed, made by Allah to reflect what? To reflect the divine beauty. Its face the sky. Its back becomes better than its face. It escapes pretense and hypocrisy. I don't understand what he's got there, but I guess that means that human limitations of human frailty can be overcome if sincerity is complete. Sincerity is safa. So it's the process of sublimating the gross part of the human being. is part of the human mission for human perfection. So the prophets, alayhim salam, and the awliya Allah, said their bodies never corrupted. I'm going to move on. There's all kinds of aspects of theology that may be able to touch on in later talks. But some of them come in apropos humanity and what's the position of human beings in relation to the rest of creation. That's in the subject for tomorrow's talk. So I'm going to break for a poem here at this point, since we're going through matters theological. Let's read the beginning of it in Persian, but not the whole of it. It's quite long, and I'll read the whole in English, inshallah. گر دلت گیرد و گر گردی ملول زین سفر چاره نداری ای فضول دل بنه گردن پیچان چپ و راست هین روان باش و رها کن مول ورنه اینک میبرندت کشکشان هر طرف پیک است هر جانب رسول نیستی در خانه فکرت تا کجاست فکرهای خل را برده است غول جادوی کردند چشم خلق را تا که بالا را ننانند از سفول جادوان را جادوانی دیگرند میکنند در دل ایشان دخول خیر من گردید ها در اصل دارد تا نباشی روز مردن بی اصول نحن نزلنا بخوان و شکر کن که آفتابی کرد از بالا نزول آفتابی نی که سوزد روی را آفتابی نی که افتد در افول نعل کم زن زان که نزدیک است یار که نزدیکی گمان آید حلول حق گر پنهان بود ظاهر شود معجزات است و گواهان عدول لیک تو اشتاب کم کن صبر کن گرچه فرموده است که الانسان عجول ربنا افرغ علينا صبرنا لا تزل اقدامنا في الذل وحول بر اشارت یاد کن ترجیع را در بند رحمه ده تشنیع را ای گذر کرده از حال از محال رفتن در خانه فیه رجال ای بدیده روی وعد شلاه را که این جهان بر روی او باشد چو خال را حسنی بود از رو بود بر نمی بینی چون این چشمی به مال چون به مالی چشم در هر زشتی صورتی بینی کمال اندر کمال چند صورت هاست پنداری که اوست تا رسی اندر جمال ذوالجلال. Leave it at that point, inshallah. So, well, you'll see the relevance, inshallah, as we go along. Though your heart grow weary, you tire of life, you time waster, this journey you cannot avoid. Be firm of heart, don't turn your neck to left or right. Come on, get moving, leave this lassitude behind, and if you don't, then see, they'll drag you off by force. On every side are couriers, in every place are messengers. You're not at home here, what are you thinking of? The ghouls have robbed mankind of their powers of thought. They've cast a spell on the eyesight of mankind, so they cannot distinguish what is high and what is low. These sorcerers are bewitched by other sorcerers who worm their way into the hearts of their victims. Don't stare bemusedly. Keep your eyes on the first principle, that you may not be rootless upon the day you die. Recite the verse, we have sent down, and be thankful that the sun has descended from above. The sun, but not the one whose shining burns the face. The sun, but not the one that plunges down to set. Lessen your lamentations, for the friend is near at hand, whose nearness induces belief in the heresy of inherence. Divine truth is manifest, although it be concealed. Miracles happen, and there are trustworthy witnesses to that. Yet don't be in such haste, instead be patient, although Allah declared man is most precipitate. O Lord, bestow endurance upon us, suffer not our feet to sink down into the mire. When the signal is given, remember the refrain, fasten the door, leave no way in for abuse, In other words, he's signaling he's going to go on with the poem. For you have surpassed the limits of state and place, and entered the house of in it there are men. O you have beheld the face, God's countenance, this entire world being like a mole upon his face. If the mole has any beauty, it comes from that face. You cannot view things this way. Rub those eyes of yours. Once you have rubbed your eyes within every ugly thing, you'll see a form that is perfection upon perfection. How many forms exist which you take to be him before you arrive at the beauty of the Lord of glory? He drives his creatures onwards. His beauty drags the soul forward by the ear, saying, come. Know the dust of the beloved street by its scent. That dust is sweeter than water crystal clear. Gaze into that limpid water, so you may see reflections of the sun and crescent moon. Since I first heard him sweetly speak, I grow forever more weary of my own utterances. Grasp the hem of his robe, that is sad longing for him. Suffering for him will make you grow 100 wings. Your head's not worth a headache. How amazing. Concentrate on your problem and stop talking. Your head just given you hangovers and drunken states. Behind that drunkenness lies a lawful magic. Be wakeful at night time, searching for this moon. Fix your head only upon humble supplication. It's time for the refrain, get up, look lively. Be like his beauty, boundless, without limit. Now he's moving on to a different phase of the poem, describing his present moment. The others have all gone back to their own houses. We are left here with you, an endless love. Whomever you leave bedazzled, thereby performs fast after fast and prayer after prayer. Only he who still has reason and sense calls this a mystery. Extinction is no mystery once you're extinct. Don't take the chains off our necks. Being crazy about you is our delight, O you who have need of nothing. The necklaces of kings are lackeys to our chains. The madman has to be in chains. The king has to have a big gold bling thing on his neck to show who he is. Grant both thorn and rose beauty from the water of Chizn, the water of everlasting life. Let singles and pairs alike enjoy your soothing touch. Whoever lays his head in the dust at your feet, accept his gesture, be it true or insincere. No, whatever happens to me, say, so be it. Strut proudly in the springtime of your beauty. Whatever God decides is good enough for me. Your beauty must achieve whatever it wishes, whether that means grief or joy for those who love you. Either rebuff them with the decree not permitted, or if you will, generously grant permission. Either snap them in two like the strings of a harp, or if you will, embrace and kiss them like flutes. Render them void of value like stones or dust, or make them of choicest quality like pearls. In any case, your justice is most laudable, you who are Mahmud while all souls are Ayaz. Proverbial in the Persian world is the relationship between Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna, is rather formidable warrior who set out to conquer India and destroy all the idols, and his Turkish slave Ayaz, in whom he saw something of, as it appears, the divine beauty. The soul became free in its bondage to you. Through your schooling, the intellect became masterly. How can our we exist when you say I? How could there be copper where there is elixir, which turns copper to gold? Faced with the sun, what can a handful of snow do but be annihilated in its light and radiance? How could midwinter, or even the myriad midwinters, linger in your July? Hot outside. How? Next to the Julys that your cheek sun brings around, the July of this radiant sun seems like midwinter. By the shop of desire and ardent longing for you, plain hope and fear sew up their purses' mouths. There's nothing you can do with conventional hope and fear, although these are laudable things and necessary things to have, but aside to somebody who just doesn't care, they love Allah so much they don't care what happens to them. La ubali, but hope and fear are sort of neither here nor there. On the prayer mat, worshipping your perfect exaltation, Soha makes prostrations to compensate for errors. Star. Spirit of the dawn, you've struck the neck of sleep. What need is there for you to teach at break of day? Turn our left into right, you whose right hand changed dreadful serpents into staffs. Thanks be to God that one of alien kind like me has come to know the sea of your overflowing favour. I raise my palms in thankful supplication, having glimpsed eternity in that pure ocean. You who are like souls are unbounded by place. Like a body I go from place to place, searching for you. Each day without you, life was dwindling away. O giver of life, it escaped from loss to you. You are the finder, giver of ecstasy to all being. What need have I for grief if I lose myself? There we are, my tajik calls out its greeting. Are you happy? How did my noises make you feel? So this is a bit typical of the poems where he moves from one sort of point of view to another. The overriding theme, as you see, is the helplessness of the human being, and that the only way, the best way to help yourself is to be passionate about it, the only thing that's worth being passionate about, the only one that's worth being passionate about. That your heart grow weary, you tire of life, you can't avoid this journey, you're going to him anyway, so you might as well be on his side. Get moving. If you don't, you're going to be dragged off by force. When he says every side there's a Rasul, so Allah Ta'ala describes the angels, including the one who's coming for us when we die, as Rasulina, our messengers, our emissaries. So you're not at home here. What are you thinking about? You know, the ghouls are the wicked jinn, I believe, that to misguide travellers when they're out in the desert, tell them that's the way to go, so they're lost forever. They rob mankind of their powers of thought, casting a spell on man's eyesight. They can't distinguish what's high from what is low. So don't just look around being lost by all the things you see, so keep your eye on first principles, so that the day you die, you're not rootless. So you're not without usul, because you've got your eye on the asl, all things. Be thankful that the sun has descended from up above, is the sun of divine truth, which for Maulana he associates with Shams Tabrizi, manifestation of the sun, not the one who's shining burns the face, not the one that plunges down to set. As they say, the Shams al-Haqiqah never sets. The verse in Arabic which I forget at this moment. So the divine truth is manifest, although it be concealed, and miracles happen. So if there isn't anything else, there are miracles that happen. And if you don't see somebody performing a miracle, then your existence is from a little tiny seed that was nothing less than nothing. It wasn't a thing even thought of. And then you became Homo sapiens, inshallah, Homo very sapiens, sapientissimus. So this is one of the miracles, but we just don't see them that because human beings all around us. But every one of them is a miracle. How else to describe it if you really think about what brought us here, and what will bring us to resurrection? Don't be in such haste. Be patient. Although Allah declared man is our jewel, He's most precipitate. We have to be patient, because if you don't. Just because you expect a miracle, but you don't have a right to say when it's going to come. Miracle was all this in misguidance around us, with all these ghouls trying to send us the wrong way, but somehow, some of us get to go the right way. If the mole, this whole world is like a mole upon the face, divine beauty. If the mole has any beauty, it comes from that face. If you can't see things this way, rub those eyes of yours. If you can't see the miraculous things, you can't see God's handiwork, look again and work at it. There's something wrong with your perfection. Once you've rubbed your eyes in every ugly thing, even you'll see a form that's perfection upon perfection. How many forms do you take to Him before you arrive at the beauty of the Lord of glory? No matter what manifestations you see, there's always more further ahead. Know the dust of the beloved street by its scent. The dust is sweeter than water, crystal clear. Anything that reminds us of where He lives and where He wants us to be So Allah created man for paradise. That should be enough to incentivize us for its scent. Gaze into that limpid water so you may see reflections of the sun and crescent moon. As you've got water in the heart to reflect, you are the mirror. Since I first heard him sweetly speak, I grow forever more weary of my own utterances. Though he's a great mystical poet, he realizes the limitations. These are just words, these are just concepts. It doesn't take you all the way there and doesn't express everything that's in his heart. Your head is not worth the headache. Dard is sar in Persian means not just headache, just all the preoccupation, just all the bother, all the effort you have to do trying to work it all out with your head. You need to understand the things with your head, but you aren't going to get that without working on the heart. If the intellect doesn't get the heart working, although it can help if the heart's being worked on as well. If you just work on your mind and work anything on your heart, this doesn't usually get people where they need to be. Be wakeful at night time searching for this moon, this radiance of divine beauty. Fix your head only upon humble supplication. You can't do it alone. And then he's speaking about a time that everybody's gone back home and he's left there, just him and there with Allah. Extinction is no mystery once you're extinct. You can't talk about fana, in God, until it's happened to you. Don't take the chains off our necks. Being crazy about you is our delight, O you who have need of nothing. It's no good, and we're happy the way we are, because the necklaces of kings are lucky to our chains. As Imam Junaid said, in the great Sufi sheikhs, he said, if kings, monarchs of the world knew what it was that we're engaged in, the ma'rifah, direct knowledge of Allah Ta'ala, they would be fighting us for it with swords. True lovers keep well clear of royal necklaces. The necklace is a chain. The other one is liberation. To be God's slave is to be free. To be a slave of man is imprisoned, no matter how exalted a person. It's not befitting. Whoever lays his head in the dust at your feet, accept his gesture, be it true and sincere. So we have hope for this. The soul became free in its bondage to you. Through your schooling, the intellect became masterly. There's no other way except through the intellect can't go on top without being in bondage to the Creator. How can we exist while you say I? How can it be copper when there is elixir? If he exists, our existence is a mere metaphor. We have nothing exists in existence exists for a second without divine dead sustaining it. We talked about hope and fear, that these are important for every spiritual traveller, but compared with just complete submission, it's less high state to be in. Turn our left into right, whose right hand changed appalling serpents into staffs. So he who changed the scary instrument of Sayyidina Musa alayhi salam back into a staff can also change our appallingly frightening bad acts, the acts of the people of the left, Ashab al-Shimal, into acts of the people of the right, Ashab al-Yamin, those who are saved and blessed with paradise. Thanks be to God that one of alien kind like me, somebody who's nothing, somebody who doesn't belong with the blessed, has come to know the sea of your overflowing favour. I raise my palms in thankful supplication, having glimpsed eternity, that pure ocean. Each day without you life was dwindling away. Giver of life, it escaped from loss to you. You're the finder, give ecstasy to all being. What need for grief if I lose myself? The fact that in God, in creating the universe, wished to be known doesn't mean he needs anything. It was his love for the seal of the prophets ﷺ that led him to create the celestial spheres, according to the well-known saying, his love for manifesting something of the hidden treasure of his perfections led to his creation of the universe. And on their account, love is movement and action coursing through every atom of the universe. As the Quran tells us, there is nothing does not extol his praise. We don't understand what they're saying. As Maulana says in the Divan, creatures are set in motion by love, and love by beginningless eternity. The wind dances because of the heavenly spheres, medieval cosmology, the trees because of the wind. So, Allah created the human being to be His Khalifa, and we will talk more about that in the next talk, inshallah. We have to think about what does He want from us. Every individual has to think, what has He made us for, and specifically. Allah Most High, this is from the Fihi Ma Fihi, Allah Most High is more generous than anyone can possibly imagine. And even for those, this is my leading into it, sorry. So this is my preamble to what he says in the discourses. Even for those who refuse to obey Him, and even for those who do not even believe in Him, He provides for them in this world, even for the most kafir or the kafirun. For those whom He loves, He has more in store, even in this world. According to a well-known hadith, though, if we only knew what would be granted in this next world, in the next world's compensation for what was withheld, though we asked for it in this world, we might prefer never to have had our request answered in this world, because it's so much greater. He loves to cover our poverty with His infinite richness. Maulana says in his discourses, quotation, this is Wheeler Thaxton translation. This way of poverty is the way for you to obtain everything you hope for. Whatever you may have desired, you will undoubtedly attain in this way, whether it be the conquest of armies, victories over enemies or seizing property, subjugation of people, superiority over your peers, or eloquence in speaking and writing, or anything else. When you have chosen the way of poverty, you will attain all these things, should you wish for them. Unlike other ways, no one who took this way ever had a complaint. Of 100,000 who took contrary ways and struggled, maybe one reached his goal, and even that was not to complete satisfaction, since every way has its own turns and detours before you get to the goal. The goal can be attained only by means of these turns and detours. So that way is long, full of affliction and obstacles thrown up by those detours against final attainment. There's these the ghul who mislead you, and the concerns that take you away from your goal, so you don't have one single goal to please Allah, and just to put everything you have at His service, which is part of poverty in this sense here. Iftiqar doesn't necessarily mean you've got no money, it means you don't believe any of it is yours. All right, you're answerable for all of it, it's just been put there. In other words, it's in your hand and not in your heart. When you enter the world of poverty and practice it, Allah bestows kingdoms and worlds upon you never imagined. You are embarrassed by what you had hoped for before. Oh, you say, how could I have sought for such a mean thing when such a marvelous thing existed? Here, however, God says, although now you are detached and undesirous and disdainful of that mean thing, yet it did once cross your mind, but you put it aside for our sake. Our generosity knows no limit, and of course I will make it easily available for you. Before attaining fame, still to continue this quotation, the Prophet ﷺ saw the eloquence of the Arabs and desired to be as eloquent and elegant of speech as they were. When the world of the unseen was revealed to him, became intoxicated in God and lost all interest in that desire. God said to him, I give you that very eloquence and elegance of speech you desired. O Lord, he replied, of what use is it to me? I am free of desire from it. I don't want it any longer. Never mind, do not grieve, said God, for both the eloquence and your indifference to it shall stand, and you shall suffer no loss by it. And indeed, God gave him such speech that the whole world, from his own time until this present day, have made many volumes of commentary to explain it. Still they continue to do so, but even until now, they have fallen short of fully comprehending it. That's the end of the quotation. According to Maulana and according to all Sufi teachings, the way to draw near to Allah Most High lies not through becoming something or through going somewhere, but through becoming not, as it were, admitting one's existential poverty, so that the divine qualities may mercifully cover one's own lack of them. Or, if we can train ourselves to try and acquire what a human being can acquire of the characteristics of the traits of Allah, at-takhalluq bi-akhlaqillah. It's a technical expression used in Sufi literature. What our Lord looks for us in us is a needy, contrite heart. I look at you through those who have great hearts, not at marks of prostration or gifts of gold. A rich man, you may bring 100 sacks. But God will say, crooked man, just bring me your heart. If your heart is pleased with you, then I am pleased. If it's against you, I'm against you too. It's not you that I look at, your person, but your heart. Beloved, bring that as your gift to my door. Because the heart is more valuable than gold. Gold is useful stuff, but human heart is something that Allah made to be organ of vision of the unseen realities, or the vision of divine majesty and beauty. Conclude this talk with a reminder that knowledge and love of God is the ultimate purpose of mankind. Everything in this world, like women, wealth, clothing is sought because of something else, not in and for itself. Do you not see that if you had 100,000 dirhams, but were hungry and couldn't find food, you couldn't eat those? Sexuality is for producing children, satisfying passion. Clothing is to keep off the cold. I have to say a bit more than that about clothing nowadays, mind you. Clothing is to, you know what clothing is. Yeah, it's for disguising ourselves and showing ourselves off. Thus all things form links in the chain to God. It is He who is sought for His own sake, He who is desired for Himself, not for any other reason. Since He is beyond everything, He is nobler, more gracious, more subtle, more precious than anything. Why would He be sought for the sake of what is less than Him? Therefore it can be said that He is the ultimate. One reaches Him, one has reached the final goal. There's no surpassing there. Human soul is a locus of doubts and ambiguity. By no means can one ever extricate the doubt and ambiguity from it without becoming a lover of God. Only then does no doubt and ambiguity remain. It's said to be a hadith, is saying your love for a thing makes you blind and deaf. In other words, if you truly love the Creator, when it really matters, you don't have time for anything or anyone else. Allah Jalaluddin min al-Mukhlasin. Ameen. Thank you for your attention. I'll be very grateful for comments as well as questions. Anybody wants to expand upon this theme, inshallah. Good thought. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Please excuse me for detaining you for this long. Namna. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you for reminding me, Sidi. Thank you. Very welcome. That's all right. I'm just need you to be here at the starting time. I do, because otherwise we're going to be whether to start or whether not to start, because I don't want to be.
غبت فلا يأتي منك آتين فاستوحش السمع البصر
Separated from his teacher and spiritual friend. In his
Funding for this program has been provided by the Friends of Poetry and by the Witter Binner Foundation for Poetry.
In the town of Konya, in central Turkey, in the middle of the 13th century, a prominent religious scholar named Jalaluddin Rumi was suddenly separated from his teacher and spiritual friend. In his grief, he took hold of a column and began turning. Verses of poetry began pouring out of him. Remarkable poetry. His students wrote the words down. 700 years later, Rumi's poetry is being discovered in the West. He is, in fact, the best-selling poet in America. Come to the orchard in spring. There is light and wine and sweethearts in the pomegranate flowers. If you do not come, these do not matter. If you do come, these do not matter. Rumi was born September 30th, 1207, near Balkh, Afghanistan, which was then part of the Persian Empire. When Rumi was still a child, his family was forced to flee the oncoming armies of Genghis Khan. After years of travel, they settled in Konya, Turkey, an important stop on the Silk Road and a meeting point of many cultures: Islamic, Judeo-Christian, Hindu, and Buddhist. Rumi's father became the head of a Sufi learning community. The Sufis are an ancient spiritual order, and according to many Sufis, the essential truths of Sufism exist in all religions.
The Sufis are a remarkable band in the history of religions. They are the mystics of Islam. And as the mystics of Islam, the Sufis, we can connect with because they're talking about these wonderful, sublime truths which have a way of piercing directly into the human heart wherever it is.
The Sufis used to walk, down several roads, visiting with the Christians, visiting with Islam, visiting in all of the great religions, really. I mean, that's part of the nature of this kind of fluid imagination. It crosses boundaries. It penetrates, and it even slips by, and it works by way of humor. It works by way of stunning imagery. It works in many different ways, as if to keep bringing people to some deep human well.
Upon his father's death, Rumi became the head of the learning community. His life seems to have been a fairly normal one for a religious scholar, teaching, meditating, helping the poor, until the late fall of 1244, when he met a stranger, a wandering dervish, Shams of Tabriz.
Rumi's genius was triggered by an actual human being, an encounter with this mysterious figure, Shams of Tabriz.
He was an intense, fierce mountain meditator. Those kind of people, like Thoreau magnified 5 times.
The connection between Shams and Rumi is, one of the great stories of learning and what we nowadays call mentoring. But it's almost of an order beyond what people mean when they mean to learn from someone, because it means to almost, what seemed to happen was a sudden knowing.
One can see here in Shams an older man who is outside the Orthodox spiritual community, who comes in and helps a younger man who is deeply embedded in that Orthodox spiritual community. And then there's a kind of explosion.
What Rumi says, he says he was raw, then he got cooked, and then he was burned. And that means when his heart only melted through his love for Shams, that this new experience enabled him to understand what he was talking about before.
And he took Rumi's book knowledge and he said, now you have to live what you've been reading about. Pushed all his books into the fountain. That's one story of how they met. And Rumi, and he went off into this practice called conversation, or sohbet, in which they disappeared evidently for weeks at a time. In this conversation between the personal and the deep self.
So this is the poem, I'm Not Saying This Right, which of course might mean that I might not say the poem right. So I'm not saying this right. You bind me, and I tear away in a rage to open out into air, a round brightness, a candle point, all reason, all love. This confusing joy is your doing, this hangover, your tender thorn. You turn to look, I turn. I'm not saying this right. I'm a jailed crazy who ties up spirit women. No, I'm Solomon. What goes, come back. What goes, comes back. Come back. We never left each other. A disbeliever hides all disbelief. But I will say his secret now. More and more awake, getting up at night, spinning and falling in love with Shams, falling with love for Shams, spinning and spinning, falling in love with Shams, falling with love for Shams, falling with love for Shams.
And so Rumi became a poet then, became a real poet, became infused. The whole spirit came into him. And so it's one of the great love affairs of the world, the one between Shams and Rumi. And they loved each other, not sexually, but they loved each other in the heart.
Why does it impress people so much? Because it's a love that is beyond gender, beyond age, beyond sex, beyond species. It is the essence of love.
The two oceans met each other and the force of love of God. Because the earth has many oceans. All the time they meet. And once happened to meet in the land of Konya, Turkey, 700 years ago.
When you feel your lips becoming infinite and sweet, like a moon in a sky. When you feel that spaciousness inside. Shams of Tabriz will be there too. Something opens our wings. Something makes boredom and hurt disappear. Someone fills the cup in front of us. We taste only sacredness.
The relationship between Rumi and Shams is actually a reminder to us that all relationships have that potential, and that when we fall in love, then we actually are entering a spiritual domain of awareness. Romantic lovers are confused. That's a very spiritual state, to be confused. You know, Rumi says himself, he says, label me and define me, and you'll starve yourself of yourself. Nail me down in a box with cold words, and that box will be your coffin, because I don't know who I am. I'm in astounding, lucid confusion. That's the state of love.
There was a lot of jealousy among Rumi's students over this. Jealousy is one of the main impulses in the human race, you know. So no one knows exactly the truth, but some feel that what happened is that the students killed Shams, hid the body. Rumi then went out in the backyard, and there was a pole there. And in his grief, he kept going round and round and round and round the pole. And this is the beginning of the whirling dervishes, when it was done out of grief, which is terrifically interesting. That's how all that great poetry started, was in grief, the thing that we avoid the most. And in that time, he would begin to speak the lines, speak them out. They'd all appear in rhyme and meter, perfectly done. And then when he came out, the students would say, "Oh my God, that's tremendous, you know, write that down." No, he said, "No, let's keep dancing, let's go. Well, that's only words."
Rumi says everything is for the beloved. Everything is for the friend. And my understanding of that is that there is a presence that we feel in the beauty that we see outside of us. We feel it in a November sunset. We feel it in a child sleeping and a child dancing, playing soccer. We feel it in a group of friends making supper on Sunday night. He would say that feeling is a presence that is both outside of us and tending us and inside us. When we feel like the jewel-like quality of our own inner awareness, that also is the friend. And this inner-outer presence is addressed directly in many of Rumi's poems. When he says that wonderful pronoun you, and you don't quite know who it is, it's that presence. When it's cold and raining, he says, you are more beautiful. And the snow brings me even closer to your lips. the inner secret, that which was never born. You are that freshness, and I am with you now. I can't explain the goings or the comings. You enter suddenly, and I am nowhere again, inside the majesty.
عليكم. طيب يعني empecemos a las 7. ¿Está bien? Voy a trabajar. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
I, you, he, she, we. In the garden of mystical lovers, these are not true distinctions. I, you, he, she, we.
I feel very grateful to Coleman Barks for having introduced me to a world that I knew existed, that I yearned for, that there was an agony of wishing in my heart, but I didn't know how to find it. I had found it through other means, through other poets, but never with the intensity and passion of Rumi. So I owe a great debt of gratitude to Coleman Barks to bringing me to that world.
We know Rumi through his poetry, but in a sense it isn't his poetry because his poetry was in Persian, Farsi, and we read him in English. And the difficulties, the problems, also the mysterious connection that occurs, but also a distance in translation, is an abiding factor for all translators, but especially for poets.
First time I ever heard of Rumi was at one of Robert Bly's conferences in 1976, when he handed me a book of scholarly translations by A.J. Arbery, and he said, these poems need to be released from their cages, you know. And so I began rephrasing Arbery's English, and in the course of that, a sequence of coincidences happened, and I met a Sufi teacher, Bawa Muhyiddin, and he told me to do this work. And if I had not sat in his presence for about 9 years on and off, I would have no idea what Rumi was about or what he did.
I believe in both translations and versions. In a translation, one has to know the language. For example, Spanish, when you translate Neruda, And then Anuruddha is contemporary, and so you can feel the turns and you can feel the sorrow where it is in the sentence and which words have tremendous sorrow, even in Spanish, and continue them. And then you follow the emotional mood of that line. And then as a translator, I'm responsible for the accuracy. I still may make many mistakes. I will always find a speaker who knew Spanish and English in the cradle, because that's where the sounds are first heard. A version is a different thing for me. I found Kabir, I thought they were so fantastic that I thought, well, what would this sound like if it were written today? So I made a guess at the lines, and they're not accurate. You're making a guess. You're bringing it up to modern times, you're putting in... But the aim of those translations, the aim of versions, is to bring in poets so unusual, so amazing, that you'd rather have an inaccurate translation than none at all.
Well, I work with scholars who give me literal versions of poems from the Persian. The more literal, the better for me. So John Moyne, and evidently Reynold Nicholson's version of the, translation of the Masnavi is very literal. I take what they give me, which is literal English, and then try to make a poem that's valid in American right now. So I put it into our tradition, which is most attuned to spiritual questions, and that is the free verse of Whitman and Emily Dickinson and Gary Snyder. And, in terms of the musicality of the Persian, we don't try to reproduce that at all. It's densely rhymed within words and within the middle words, and that's almost unreproducible in English.
مرده بودم زنده شدم گریه بودم خنده شدم دولت عشق آمد و من دولت پاینده شدم. گفت که تو شیخ شدی قبله این جمع شدی شیخ نیم جمع نیم دود پراکنده شدم. گفت که با بال و پری من پر و بالت ندهم در هوس بال و پرش بی پر و پرکنده شدم. I don't know. It's quite difficult to understand it and easy as well.
More translators work on a text, the better, because every version gives you something else, because it's through the eye of that particular poet or translator. He sees more this word or more that version.
But somehow the cork comes out of the bottle again, and the genie is out, so to speak. With reference to an old story where it's uncorked and the spirit of the thing comes to life again.
This is the story told by the reed. بشنو از نی چون حکایت می کند. Or بشنو از این نی چون حکایت می کند.
There is no as, there is no any as.
There is no as.
بشنو این نی چون حکایت می کند.
Or بشنو این نی چون حکایت می کند. I was born in Afghanistan, the land where Rumi came from. When I was a little girl, my father, I remember him reading Rumi or conversing through Rumi with his friends in the moonlight until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I connected back to Rumi after my father passed away, actually. I went and found and bought a nice book of Rumi's Masnavi I came home and I started reading it, I realized that this is not something that I can do by myself.
Who has not this love, it's nothing.
It's nothing.
Right.
Like a wind.
Yeah.
Might as well die.
Exactly.
آتش عشق است کاندر نیفتاد. I knew I needed a teacher, so I found Zari through friends, and it's been really wonderful working with her. Somebody who has the knowledge of the poetry and Rumi and the culture. Liquor, but it doesn't quite mean it's a metaphor for
It's
like
wine,
that.
but it's just all about love.
She's a very tough teacher, yes. Have to do it right, you know, you can't deviate. Or maybe I should say it's the Afghan way. It was the same way back home, too.
Listen to the story told by the reed of being separated. Since I was cut from the reed bed, I have made this crying sound. Anyone apart from someone she loves understands what I say. Anyone pulled from a source longs to go back.
Rumi, the dominant note in his poetry is, of course, longing. The longing of the soul for the divine. His favorite image for this was the reed flute. That flute is noted for the plaintive sound that it makes.
And the reed was played on by human beings, but the reed was once in the mud of the river bottom. And then it was pulled out. So it carries with it the grief of having once been in the river bottom and now just in the air. And he said, all of us were once in the mud of God. We've now been pulled out. So every time someone plays or does any poem, it'll always have in it that grief of having lost the mud of the riverbed of God.
A craftsman pulled a reed from the reed bed, cut holes in it, and called it a human being. Since then it's been wailing a tender agony of parting, never mentioning the skill that gave it life as a flute. Boy, that changes the whole idea of being a victim in the world. It changes the entire suggestion of what the lament of being alive is about. The tender agony of parting. We live parted from something. That's great.
You know, he says the reed can't make the noise, can't make the reed music, can't make the flute music until it is plucked from the reed bed and carved with 9 holes like the human body, and then it can make language when it's separated. Therefore, language is a proof that we're separated. The fact that we use language is part of our nostalgia for union.
Every soul has their own broken heart because if the soul is not united at the essence of it, of itself, of course, has broken hearts.
Love is the goal of all other goals. You know, some time ago I read something, some Nobel laureate won the prize, and he said, you know, this is a consolation prize. I was looking for love.
In the early morning hour, just before dawn, lover and beloved wake and take a drink of water. She asks, "Do you love me or yourself more, really?" tell the absolute truth. He says, there's nothing left of me. I'm like a ruby held up to the sunrise. Is it still a stone or a world made of redness? It has no resistance to sunlight. This is how Halaj said, I am God, and told the truth. The ruby and the sunrise are one. Be courageous and discipline yourself. Completely become hearing and ear. And wear this sun ruby as an earring. Work. Keep digging your well. Don't think about getting off from work. Water is there somewhere. Submit to a daily practice. Your loyalty to that is a ring on the door. Keep knocking, and the joy inside will eventually open a window and look out to see who's there.
At the time of night prayer, as the sun slides down, the route the senses walk on closes.
Yes.
The route to the invisible.
Inshallah. And I'll try not to be looking over here all the time. I saw myself on the online, and it's sort of embarrassing. I'm looking over here all the time. Probably because Nuri's sitting over here, I don't want to look at him. A little bit intimidated. Inshallah. Sorry? Light. I'm happy. You do whatever you want. If you want light, we can have light. Empecemos. Alhamdulillah. How are you, Khadija? Good, good. And our brother, is your name Jalaluddin? Very honored to have you here. And who is the young lady? Khadija. How are you, Khadija? Welcome. Very good. Welcome. We're happy to have you. Abdurrahman, how are you? Do you understand the English? Very good, very good. Alhamdulillah. Empecemos. Allahu Akbar. Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Is that good? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم افتح علينا بحكمتك وانشر علينا برحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. يا عليم علمنا من علمك ما ترضى به عنا ولا تؤاخذنا بما تعلمه منا. يا حليم خلقنا بخلق الحلم وحققنا بحقائق العلم. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. This morning we showed how Tasawwuf is, by angelic and prophetic definition, at the very core of the deen, the phenomenon of prophetic religion. We talked about the Hadith Jibreel, which is one of the most authentic of all of the Hadith narrated from the Prophet ﷺ. And as you recall, we saw that this Hadith is a Hadith that comes very late. It is probably from the 10th and final year of the Messenger's life ﷺ, and his mission. And in this, ihsan is defined as the epitome of the deen. That's what that hadith is showing us. That you have Islam, you have Iman, and then you seek ihsan, so that you worship God as if you could see Him. This is, of course, the way the prophets and the messengers worshipped God. They are all muhsineen. They are people of great beauty, who live in beauty, who bring beauty, and who know God perfectly as He can be known. And their sincere followers throughout the ages are also like that. So this reality of ihsan was always embodied in the Prophet ﷺ, and it is thoroughly embodied in his companions, radiyallahu anhum, and then in the Salaf as-Salih. And when we look at the Salaf as-Salih, which is the word that we use for the upright believers, men and women of the first generations, the first 3 or 4 generations, and Imam al-Ghazali gives us overwhelming evidence for this. They are all people of the heart. And among them there's half a dozen or so, again men and women, who devote themselves to legal judgments and who become the foundation upon which the phenomenon of ijtihad in the law comes to fruition and maturity. But they are a minority of the companions, and they are a minority of the Salaf. Most of the companions and the Salaf, they feared to tread on the ground of legal judgments, because you're saying, this is what pleases God. This is what God has permitted. This is what God has forbidden. This is what God has made obligatory. And to speak like this on behalf of the divine is an immense charge, an immense responsibility. And most of them carefully avoided that. And even if we look at the language they used, they will be very, very careful. And they avoid words that today we may use without even thinking about it. This is haram, this is haram, this is bid'ah, this is bid'ah. That's not the way they were. They're very, very careful. But all of them were people of the heart. They all understood about the heart. And one of the things that we see about the companions, radiyallahu anhum, is that religiosity to them had very little to do with constant prayer and fasting or other types of outward worship. But for them, there were other hallmarks which were the mark of religiosity. And among those was to be joyful, to be filled with joy, and to meet your brother and your sister with true love, bishr. And this is because your heart is pure, and your heart has not been infected by bad thoughts, by backbiting in your heart. For them, this was the sign of the true believer, whereas the hypocrite was the one who always had misgivings about other believers, and he or she could not meet them with this joyfulness that was spontaneous in the companions themselves. This is what the Prophet taught them, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And there's so many examples of that, and we won't go into great detail because we want to talk about some other things, especially the name Sufism. But there's the famous hadith, again this is one of the most authentic, and this is a hadith that tells us that the Prophet was sitting with his companions in Medina, and he told them that a man of the garden is about to walk into the mosque. And then this man came in. He was of the Ansar, and his name was Sufyan, but to this day we don't know who he really was. There were 4 Sufyans among the Ansar, and we don't know which one he was. And he was poor, he was unknown, he was insignificant, and he walked in the mosque. He had just made wudu, and we are told his beard was dripping with water, and he was shaking his beard. He had his sandals in his hand, and he said, "Assalamu alaikum," to everyone, and he came in and prayed. Well, the Sahaba witnessed that, and among them was a young boy who would be one of the most brilliant transmitters of hadith, and that is Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As. May Allah be pleased with them. So Abdullah, he's just a little boy, but he saw that. And then the next day the same thing happened. And the third day the next thing happened. The Prophet said, a man of the garden is about to come through the door. And again it was Sufyan, the Ansari. So Abdullah ibn Amr, he says, I'm going to get to the root of this. So he followed Sufyan home, who was a poor man. And he said, my father and I had a fight, and I can't sleep at his house for 3 days, 3 nights. Would you let me sleep in your house? And so Sufyan says, of course, come in. So from the hadith we see that he probably had just a 1-room house. That was typical. And he had his bed. And so Abdullah is watching him all night. He must be praying all night, but he didn't get up to pray. He goes to Isha, he comes home, he eats whatever he has, and he gives Abdullah, and then he goes to bed. And he must be fasting every day, but he didn't fast a single day. And he said, I watched him all night. He said, the only thing I could notice is that whenever he would turn in his sleep, he would say, Allah, Allah, Allah. And he said, I began to despise his worship. Because Abdullah ibn Amr, he expected to see this man, doing all kinds of miraculous things all day and all night. But he kept his company, and he's just an ordinary man. He prays the 5 prayers in the mosque. He does what Muslims are supposed to do, but there's nothing special about him at all. So after 3 days, Abdullah ibn Amr, he says to Sufyan, he says, there was no problem between me and my father. But the Prophet ﷺ said this about you. And so I wanted to see what is so remarkable about you, but really, what I saw was not so remarkable. And Sufyan said, but that's all there is. That's all there is. Again, he's a sincere man, and he's of course delighted that the Prophet ﷺ has given him these incredible good tidings. And so you can imagine, he's thinking, but what would it be? He says, wait a minute, because Abdullah is now turning to go away. He said, wait a minute, there is something. He said, I never go to sleep at night, but that I have gotten out of my heart any enmity, any duplicity, any ghish for another person, and any hasad. So he said, this I do, that before I go to bed, I make sure that in my heart there is no duplicity towards anyone. There is no envy of anyone. And then the young boy, Abdullah, he said, that's it. That's it. And he said, that's what's difficult to do. So these were people of the heart. And this man who has been promised the garden, his secret is a secret that no one can see but God. And God's messenger is given that secret. But that's what makes all the difference. And there's so many stories like this, and the Sahaba knew that very well. We're told the story of a woman in Medina who prayed and prayed and prayed and fasted and fasted and fasted. But she was extremely sharp with her tongue, and no one escaped her tongue. And she was lashing and scourging her neighbors with her tongue all the time. So they asked the Prophet about her, and he said, she will be among the people of the fire. So that's not piety. That's not piety. Piety has got to be something that transforms you and transforms your heart. And of course, this is one of the great fruits of ihsan, of this beauty of truly knowing God, truly loving God, truly being in God's presence. You know, that makes you so conscious of your own limitations, and that also elevates in your eyes the worship, the reality of other people. So these are very important things. We know the hadith. This is again one of the most authentic of all the transmissions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that he blessed the Yemen. Even in Arabic, the word Yemen, which means the south, it means also Yuman, which is barakah, blessing. It's always associated with blessing. And the Yemen is said to be the homeland of the Semites. The Semites come out of Arabia, and they disperse throughout Arabia, but many people say they all go back to the Yemen. That's where they all originally come from. The Yemen is a blessed place, and one of the realities of the beautiful people of the Yemen, may God protect them in this time and set them right, is they never disbelieved in a single prophet or messenger, ever. That's one of their prides. So the Prophet said, God bless the Yemen. And he said also that Iman is Yemeni, that faith is Yemeni in its spirit. And he blessed the Sham, which is greater Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, what is today Syria and Jordan. And there was a man there from Nejd. Nejd is the plateau region of central Arabia. And he said, bless the Nejd. And the Prophet, who's very polite, said nothing. And the Najdi said again, bless the Nejd. And the Prophet said nothing. And he said, bless the Nejd. And the Prophet again said nothing. And then the Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, if it were not for two signs that arise there, being the sun, because he's in Medina, so the sun will rise over Nejd, and the full moon, I wouldn't look in that direction, because that is where the two horns of Satan will arise. The movement of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab is a Najdi movement. And the Khawarij, who are the first major test to shake Islam to the root, they're also a Najdi movement. So the Prophet said that that's where the horns of Satan will rise. That's where Riyadh is. That's the capital of Saudi Arabia. So anything that comes from Nejd, you want to be very careful about it. We have to be very cautious about it. This is an absolutely authentic hadith. And the Prophet described these Khawarij who would come out of Nejd. And he said they will be people that pray all the time. They fast all the time. They recite the Quran all the time. If you, the companions who pray and fast, were to compare your fasting to theirs, it would be as if you didn't fast. And if you were to compare your prayer to theirs, it would be as if you don't pray. And they recite the Quran all the time, but it never goes deeper than their collarbones. In other words, they get the sounds right, and in Arabic, we use the entire voice box. It's one of the amazing things about the Arabic language. 14 moon letters, 14 sun letters. But the first letter, which is the glottal stop or the hamza, it comes from just above the collarbone. So they get the sounds right, but these sounds do not take the meanings that they are filled with into their hearts, because their hearts are hard. And the Prophet said of them also, they are sharrul khalqi wal khaliqa. They are the worst of all creation and all created beings. So these are all warnings in context that if you want the way of God There can't be any ego involved in it. There can't be any fanaticism in it. It's got to be rooted in the purity of the heart. And that's the way the companions were, and that's the way the Salaf as-Salih were. And therefore, they were people of ihsan. And yet, what do they call that phenomenon? In early Islamic history, it's well known, especially by the time of the 4th century, the 300s, the 900s of the Common Era, that the word Sufism had spread. Some people say that it probably spread popularly. It probably was just a popular word that people liked and they used. By the 4th century, this word had become a universal word in the Islamic vocabulary, but many of the great Sufi masters, they said Sufism was a reality that had no name. And now it has become a name that has no reality. These are the kind of paradoxical statements that they love and they make, and in them there's always a warning. But in any case, we want to talk a little bit, about, this beautiful word. And it's very important for us to take interpretive control over our reality, our religion. We don't leave that to other people to do. In that process of taking interpretive control, it's very important for us to get vocabulary right. And one of the great distinctions of Islamic civilization is that we were people who were very conscious of words, and we were very careful how we used them. We defined them carefully, and we used them, with great care. We need to do the same thing, but we've also got to make sure that certain words are not sullied. Today, for example, in the West, the word Sharia, which is one of the most beautiful words that there is. The Sharia is the pathway that leads you to water, that gives you life. It is the word that we use for the prophetic law. It's a beautiful word. And then we have other words that come under it. But we've got to make sure that we use that word and we love that word and we protect that word. And we don't allow journalists and others to vilify it, as is being done today, to undercut whatever we have. And of course, jihad is another word like that, and we could think of others. But the attack on the Sufi legacy, this has been one of the most poisonous tendencies among Muslims of the last 200 years in particular. And of course, it's not universal, and Muslims have never ever concurred on that as a whole, but it's very important for us to understand that Sufism is a beautiful word, and we've got to use it because this word did become one of the most basic words of our tradition. And when we open the books of our tradition, we will always find references to Sufis and to Tasawwuf and so forth, and we can't be shocked by that. One of the things that the Wahhabi movement has done, and its various Salafi branches over the last 200 years in particular, is to create an allergy towards this word among many Muslims. And you see that in many parts of the Arab world. It's not universal in the Arab world by any means, but in many parts of the Arab world, if you say Sufi, then it's almost like a profanity. Nothing else can be said that's good. If you associate a man or a woman with Sufism, then basically they are ostracized. In the United States, we have unfortunate examples of misguided communities infected by the Salafist and the Wahhabi ideology who have been told that certain brothers of ours, I could mention their names to you, and you'd know that they are really good people. There's no need to mention their names. But they go into certain areas, and then it is said in the local mosques that he's a Sufi, and so he's not invited to come, nor is he invited to come back. One of our great budding scholars, again there's no need to mention his name, was invited to come to a mosque in Chicago. And so the slander that was spread against him to try to keep him from coming, for fear that he might eclipse some of the people who were there, they're the ones who actually spread the slander, was that he's a Sufi. And so immediately, oh, well, there's questions about his aqeedah. No, there's no question about this aqeedah. If he's a real Sufi, then his aqeedah, is the way it ought to be. So this is one of the things I think that we want to be very clear about, that we must use this word respectfully. We use it the way that they did. We got to emphasize the fact that the Sufis were always their greatest self-critics. So just because someone raises the banner of Sufism, it doesn't mean that they are going to acknowledge their rectitude or their piety, because Sufism also has certain standards that it has to hold to. The Sufis were very, very critical of people and their own ranks and of themselves. But it's very important for us, to restore this word. And a lot of times you will hear people ask the question, but, where does the word come from? It's not mentioned in the Quran. It's not mentioned in the Hadith. One of the principles of Islamic faith and law and theology and philosophy and science as it developed historically is la mashahata fil alfaz. That, there is no, what would we say, what's the word I'm looking, parsimony? There is no stinginess, in words. In other words, you can name things, different things. We are not restricted in that regard. A word like aqeedah, which we use as basic creed. Usually we use it for required creed. That word also is not based on the Quran or the Sunnah. That is a neologism. It's a word that was created because because that word served a particular purpose. And in the development of Islamic law, Islamic theology, Islamic thought, Islamic civilization, we often develop words. So Sufism is a neologism, that's true. But that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with it. And let's take a look at that word and its background just a little bit. First of all, as we saw from Hadith Jibreel, the phenomenon of tasawwuf, the phenomenon of purifying the heart and being the best that we can be, and worshiping our Lord as if we could see Him, that is something that is rooted in the prophetic legacy. And the Prophet ﷺ referred to that as ihsan. And ihsan, as you know, is a word that occurs repeatedly in the Quran, in various forms, and repeatedly in hadith. So these are the people of ihsan. And in order to attain and to maintain that great state and station, then they have to have sciences, they have to have training. And of course, this is what they will develop. They get that from the Prophet ﷺ, they get it from his companions. And we talked about that in the Zawiyah that we had in 2013 here at Rosales, how the science of tasawwuf evolves out of the hadith of Jibreel, just like all the other sciences of Islam, in law, in theology, and other things, come out of this hadith as well. But the thing is that ihsan could never be a name for these people, because these are people who are cloaked in humility, And they can never take off that cloak. And one of the first principles of tasawwuf is beware of the maker of claims. Doesn't mean that if a man makes a claim, that claim is necessarily false. Because the great Sufis, they do make claims from time to time. In fact, sometimes they have to make claims. They're required to do that. But beware of the maker of claims, because this is not their way. They don't like to make claims. And they like to shroud themselves and hide themselves in the cloak of hiddenness and humility. It is said that الظهور من حق الأنبياء والخفاء من حق الأولياء, that appearance, being manifest, is one of the duties or the rights of the prophets. The messengers and the prophets, they couldn't hide the fact that they were messengers and prophets. And they had to tell the truth about God. This is the reason why many of them were persecuted and killed, because they said things people didn't want to hear. And we have to remember that many of the people who persecuted and killed the prophets in the past did it out of self-righteousness. Because the prophet would tell them things that they did not want to hear. And therefore, in attacking that prophet, they attacked him as a false prophet. That's the way many of them were killed. And as we said before, in our tradition, those who reject the awliya, their hearts are identical to the hearts of those who killed the prophets in the past. But you can't use that name ihsan, because then you won't be a muhsin. We can't say, we are muhsinun. We are people of ihsan, because once you say that, you cease to be one. The path of ihsan is the path of the awliya. It's the path of the friends of God, the saints, those who are closest to God. Again, if we were to diverge a little bit, the saint in the Bible is Qiddish, which in Arabic would be Qiddis. Qiddis, it's the person who is muqaddas. In other words, they are absolutely holy. They are purified by the name of God the Holy. They have in them, no trace of anything defective. And it's very difficult to be a Qiddis. That's a very high level. So sainthood in the Bible, like so many things in the biblical tradition, has a very high bar, very high standard. Whereas in Islam, this is again one of the mercies of God, and it's a reflection of the beauty of that early community. The bar is quite low. Anyone who truly believes will be in aman. They will be in security. God will protect them, and they will be allowed to grow. And they are always awliya, friends of God, as long as they believe. And they will be qiddisin. They will grow to that someday, bi'ithnillahi ta'ala, but they don't begin there. But nevertheless, you can't call yourself a wali. We are the awliya of Allah. That would be, again, to invert that reality. It wouldn't be true. So what do you call these people? And that's why they say, again, they were people with no name. They were people that had a reality that had no name. They lived it. They loved it. They transmitted it. They spread the religion. And we'll talk about that perhaps a little bit tomorrow. Who are the people who spread this religion throughout the world? The Sufi is always the son of his time, or the daughter of his time. One of the great awliya of North Africa, Ibn Ulaywa, Ibn Alawi, he says, don't expect the wali of the 19th century to speak the words of the 20th century. And don't expect the wali of the 20th century to speak the words of the 20th century, 21st. They speak to their time, but they do speak to their time, and they do that very effectively. And there's so many stories, we don't want to take up time. Again, Jalaluddin, Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi is one of the epitomes of that. Because, to know him, you must know his time. And you must know that he spoke to his time. He spoke to his people. And he came just before one of the greatest disasters that would ever occur in Islam, which was the Mongol invasion. And he prepares people to continue this faith and to spread this faith, for the centuries that come after that. So he belongs to his time. And the more that we know about his time, the more that we understand about him. The Sufi always speaks about his time. One of the amazing things that intrigued me was, how did Islam spread to Indonesia, especially to the island of Java, the beautiful island of Java. And in Java you had a really amazing Hindu-Buddhist rice culture, and very worth studying, by the way. Very amazing. And so who are the people who bring that beautiful message to Java? Well, they are the Wali Sangho, the 9 saints, the 9 awliya. And one of them, whom I happen to love very much, his name is Kali Jaga, which means protector of the rivers. Why he's called that, I don't know. But he was actually an aristocrat. He was a Javanese aristocrat. And in his time, Islam was beginning to spread in Java, and he didn't like that. And he, in fact, attempted to kill one of the Wali Sangho, one of the 9 great saints. And he met him in the forest, and he was going to kill him. He was dressed as a robber. He wasn't a robber. And that saint said to him, "What is it that you want? Would you like gold?" And he said, "Yes, I'd like gold. I'm a robber." He said, "But then look around you and take as much as you want." And he said the whole forest became gold. And then Kali Jaga, he took the hand of the sheikh. And the sheikh then left him in a state of isolation for many years. And then Kali Jaga finally is given permission to go forth. And he wears green. And again, he's an aristocrat, a Javanese aristocrat, but he goes to the rice peasants and he teaches them new ways to farm. He will go in the rice paddies and farm with them. And he did other things. They loved him. And then he has to teach them Islam. And so how does he do that? Puppet shows. So Kali Jaga develops the Javanese puppet. And in the beginning, he uses the typical Malay puppet. And if you go to Malaysia, you can still see these puppets. There was another one of the Wali Sangho, whose name is Sunangiri. And he told Kali Jaga that, you need to learn your religion a little bit more. You can't use these puppets. These puppets are not perfectly halal. And so Kali Jaga says, well, let me think about that. So then he creates the Javanese puppet. And if you have seen Javanese puppets, they have very thin necks and very long arms, and they're very strange in their shape. And he said, do you think this could ever live? No. So he said, we'll use these puppets. So he used the Javanese puppets. And then he takes the gamelan music, which is distinctively Indonesian Javanese music. When you hear it the first time, you may not like it very much because it has a whole different sound pattern than what we in the West are used to. But he redefines gamelan music. He redefines everything. Colors, white, blue, green, red, numbers, 2. There would be a temple, and in front of the temple would be generally 2 banyan trees, which are associated with the Buddha, right? And so he said, whenever you see these 2 trees, 1, 2, La ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah. He redefines everything. He takes interpretive control. And then he is one of the people at the center of that miracle of bringing these beautiful people of Java into Islam and making them love it, and making it this force that transforms them. So this will be the story of the Sufis. You can see it in Central Asia, among the Turkic tribes, the Mongol tribes. You see it, of course, in the Ottoman Empire. You see it in Jalaluddin, Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi. These are the people who are the heirs of the prophets. These are the people who represent that beauty which is faith in God and faith in the prophets. But again, they can't call themselves the heirs of the prophet. They can't call themselves the awliya. They can't call themselves the mukhlisin, the sincere ones, or the sadiqeen. They can't call themselves the muhsinin. So what do they call themselves? And I don't think that was necessarily a big problem for them, because they're quite glad not to be called anything but just a servant of God, hopefully. But in any case, one of the things about the word Sufi as it develops is that it becomes really just about the best word you could have, because nobody knows what it means. And when we look at the word Sufi, some people say, like the late Martin Links, may God have mercy on him, Abu Bakr Sirajuddin, he says, well, we could say the woolen ones. They're woolen, from wool, you know, although many Sufis didn't wear wool. But Suf, wool, that would be the most obvious etymological root, but it's probably not the root. Some people might say it's from Sophia, which is the Greek word for wisdom, love of wisdom. Some people have said it's from Suffa. And of course, the people of Suffa were those companions of the Blessed Prophet ﷺ that lived on, that had their own special area in the Prophet's mosque, which is today in the mosque in Medina, a platform that's behind the houses of the Prophet ﷺ. And that's where Abu Hurairah and the other Ahl Suffa would stay. And they were people devoted just to God and just to God's Prophet. And they didn't want to ever be away, not for a moment. And they didn't care if they got food or they didn't get food, if they got clothing or they didn't get clothing. So the Sufis are very much like Ahlus Suffa. And that is, without any question, one of their clearest reference in the lives of the companions, although all the companions had this characteristic, not just Ahlus Suffa. And Sufi is not the same as Sufi. Some say it comes from Safa, because they were people of purity. But again, the etymology doesn't quite work out. And of course, Safa would not be one of the words they could use. They can't say, we are pure people, and you're not. You know, so this is one of the great predicaments that they had. Beware of the maker of claims. And one of the amazing things is that even after the word Sufi will become established among us as an honorable and great word and a pinnacle to be aspired after, that very few Sufis will ever use the word. And very few of them will ever apply it to themselves. And God honored me to be with men and women who I believe definitely belong to that path. And never did any of them call themselves a Sufi. Or for that matter, a sheikh or a sheikha. Other people might say that. I remember once I was going around the Kaaba with my great Sheikh Muhammad Abu Bakr, whom Adiba remembers so well. He was an illustrious man, really, an amazing man. And there was a Yemeni who I knew, and he knew us. And he came running out of, the people were sitting around the Kaaba, it was nighttime. And he came running up to me, and he took my hand. I was always walking behind the Sheikh. I don't like to walk next to him or in front of him. And he said, you've got to know he's a murabbi. You've got to know that he is a complete master. You know, and so then they went to sit down. So other people may tell you about them, but they don't usually do that themselves. In fact, the only thing I remember Sheikh Muhammad Abu Bakr, may God have mercy upon him, saying about himself is that he was a Tufaili. He said, I am a Tufaili. Tufaili in Arabic, we sometimes translate it as parasite. But literally the word Tufaili, it means uninvited wedding guest, because there was a man whose name was Tufail in Iraq. And he stayed in good health. And he always ate well by going to every wedding feast that was held. So whenever there was a wedding, Tufail will be there. And so therefore, the uninvited wedding guest we call Tufaili. And when the word parasite came, when Arabs wanted to translate the word parasite, then they used the word Tufaili also, because the parasite is like that. But that's what he would say. He said, I am the Tufaili of the Sadat. I am the uninvited wedding guest, of these people. So this is the way they were. They were people of great humility and, great care even about the names they use. There are certain names which occur frequently. Often they call themselves the people. And someone like me, taking liberties in translation, might put in brackets the people of God. Probably I shouldn't do that, because they don't do that. And again, if they meant by that, we are the people of God, then immediately it would invalidate its purpose. But they're just the people. They're a particular type of people. They love each other. They're attracted to each other. They learn from each other. They are al-qawm. Al-qawm. Muhyiddin ibn Arabi, may Allah be pleased with him, one of his sheikhs was Abu Madyan, who was the great light of North Africa, and who also took from Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani. And Abu Madyan has a beautiful poem about the adab of the murid. And so Ibn Arabi will take 2 verses and then he adds 3. So it's called takhmis. He makes it 5 verses. And he says, Ya taliban min ladhadhati duna watara. O you who may be seeking something earnestly about the pleasures of nearness, duna, which also sounds like dunya, because if you do want the dunya, these would be the people to get it from. In aradta jami' al-khayri alayka tura, if you want all good to be manifested on yourself, al-mustasharu aminun fasma' al-khabara, the counselor is trustworthy, namely Abu Madyan, so listen to what he has to say. And then he says, what does he say? He said, ما لذة العيش إلا صحبة الفقراء هم السلاطين والسادات والأمراء. He says, the deliciousness, the pleasure of this life is nothing but keeping the company of the poor. Because they are the fuqara. That's one of the words they will use. And the word darwish, which in English becomes dervish, it actually means that. It means faqir. So that's one of the words they will use for themselves. They want to be fuqara. They want to be people whose contingency and whose dependence upon God utterly is manifest in everything they do, every breath they take. So he said, if you want to have pleasure in this life, then keep the company of the fuqara. And this would be Jalaluddin Rumi. And this would be Shams al-Tabrizi. And this would be Jalaluddin's father. And this would be Abu Yazid al-Bistami and al-Junayd and all, because this is the quality they always have. That quality of faqr, of essential poverty, which our brother Sidi Muhammad Issa Waley talked about beautifully in the poem that he gave us today. This is always their characteristic, this faqr. But he says, Humus salatinu wasadatu al-umara. They are the sultans. They are the lords. And they are the princes. Even though they might dress in rags. And even though they might be pushing a fruit cart down the street that they sell from. But if you were in this world and you wanted to get ahead in this world and the Sultan loves you, or the Sayyid, the head of the people, loves you, or the prince loves you, then you'll probably get what you want. They're generally very generous with the people they love, but that they are the sultans, not the worldly sultan. They are the Sadat, they are the masters, and they are the Umara, they are the princes, because all creation goes around us, around them. And as our dear brother Shams, may Allah bless him, showed us today, this incredible symbolism of the Rumi experience, because this was his hal. He didn't develop this. This is what he did. This is what Allah made him do in his ecstasy, in his realization, as if he's taking down these blessings from heaven and he's distributing them to the earth. But this is what they do. So, in any case, they are the people. They are the people. One of the most common expressions that's used for them is that they are the people of Tawheed, the people of God's oneness. And they do often refer to their group that way. They would again be very careful about calling themselves that personally, but they are the people of Tawheed. And their Tawheed is the real Tawheed. And, as our brother Sheikh Muhammad Issa Waley said today, the Aqidah, the belief of Rumi, is clearly orthodox. Okay, they have a very orthodox, and that's the foundation that they build their lives on. The Shaykh al-Akbar, who is really, what many people say the blessing of Rosales is his blessing, because he was born not far from here. There are people that have had amazing spiritual openings here at Rosales where they actually saw the Shaykh al-Akbar, coming out of the greenness of the spring growth. So this is his land. This is where he is from. But in the beginning of his Futuhat Makkiyah, he gives his Aqidah. He says, I want you to know this is what I believe. And it is a thoroughly orthodox, thoroughly acceptable theology. And he said also, I want you to know that whatever I say, don't think I've ever departed from this, because I have not. Whatever I say has got to be understood as resting on this foundation. It never contradicts it. It explains it. It fulfills it. So they are the people of Tawheed. And they are the people who, the science of Tawheed to them is not just a theology. It's an anthropology. It's a sociology. It's a culture. It's a way of life. And Tawheed for them means to relate everything back to God. In the poem that our brother Sidi Muhammad gave us just a few hours ago, Imam Rumi talks about the mole and the beauty of the mole. And moles are not beautiful, but on the beautiful face they are. And that even if you look in ugly things, you can find beauty. So they relate everything back to God. And they do this not just as an intellectual or spiritual habit, but they see it. They see how all creation glorifies the greatness of God. Again, Abu Madyan, this great master who lived across the water, he says, "Man la wujuda li dhatihi min dhatihi, fawujuduhu lawlahu aynul muhali." So he says, that which has no existence from its essence for its essence, you, me, the trees, all these things that Rumi says, Allah bless him and give us his blessings, are painted on these oceans of non-being by the Creator who creates from nothing in every moment. So he says, that which has no existence from its essence for its essence, like me, my glasses, this, you, the tree, the clouds, the mountains, its existence, if it were not for Him, God, who has necessary being, and who is the real and the wonder of wonders, would be the very essence of impossibility. Everything finite points to the infinite. Everything contingent points to the non-contingent. So this is the reality of Tawheed, relating everything back to Him. And so they are the muwahhids. And for that reason also, they will give us as a gift the world view of perfect metaphysics that enables us to make sense of everything in creation. And as it's said about the Shaykh al-Akbar, and this could be said about Mawlana Jalaluddin Rumi, they have an answer for everything. And yet you can never know really where they stand, because whatever station you imagine them to be, they will be above that station. And this is what Islamic civilizations of the past. Islam is the religion, that creates civilization. We were the masters of that wherever we went. In Java, in Sumatra, in China, Central Asia, East Africa, West Africa, Anatolia, Europe, Bosnia, Bulgaria, here in Spain and Portugal, the islands, and so forth. Wherever Muslims went, they created these incredible civilizations. They brought life to people. They brought out the beauty that was there. But this was all related to the secret of Tawheed, relating everything back to God and everything back to God's oneness. There are also other words for the Sufis. They were known as Nasik, people of great devotion, Zahid, ascetics. Of course, among the Sufis, there's a lot of discussion about the Zahid, if he or she doesn't go further than that. So, but the Sufi always goes through a stage of zuhud. Just like in the Sama' of Mawlana Jalaluddin, you take off the black robe that stands for the world. You cast it behind you, and then you go into this state in the white garment, which is like your shroud. So they are Zahids, although the Zahid needs to grow beyond that. There's a famous story, of a great sheikh in Morocco who lived on the sea, the Atlantic Ocean, and he fished. And he would catch lots of fish, and he would feed himself and his murids, and the rest he would give as sadaqah. And then one of his murids wanted to go to another town in Morocco. And so he said, when you go there, you have to visit my friend. He's a great wali of Allah. You have to visit him. You have to give him my salams. And you have to ask him advice for me. And so this man went to that town. Ibn Ajiba tells us this story. And he asked about that friend. And he said, well, he lives down that street in that palace. And so this man goes up to this incredible palace. And he can even look through the door and see servants running back and forth, gardens and fountains. And he feels this must be a mistake. And he doesn't even want to go in. I mean, his sheikh is a man who lives in great poverty, on the fish of the sea that he catches. And then a coach comes up, drawn by these horses, and this beautiful man comes out who's dressed like a king. And so he said, this is the man that you're looking for. And so he really doesn't even want to go in. Again, the Sufi has to have a good opinion of people. And then the man says, who are you? And he said, I'm so-and-so, and I'm coming from so-and-so. He said, you have to come in. And so he brings him in, and the place is like the Garden of Paradise. And the man feels very much out of place. He doesn't really know how to relate to this. And then the other saint, he says, and what did the sheikh say to you? And he said, he asked me to ask you for advice. And so he said, give him this advice. When will you ever get the world out of your heart? And this is devastating. It's like, what? I mean, you say that in this context, this palace? And so he goes back to his sheikh, and the sheikh says, "Did you see my friend?" He said, "Yes." And he said, "What was it like?" And I said, "Well, he's quite well-to-do." And he said, "Did he give you advice for me?" And he said, "Yes." He said, "What was it?" He said, "I can't say it." He said, "No, you have to." He said, "When will you ever get the world out of your heart?" And the sheikh broke down, and he began to cry. He said, "That's the difference between me and him. I could never get beyond this. I could never take the world if it came into my hands." And he could. The world means nothing to him. He will give it away as freely as he gets it. So, and these are the stories they talk about. The Zahid, if the Zahid doesn't grow beyond that, and if he doesn't, of course the Faqir, the Darwish, the Abid, and there are other words. I think we're just about out of time, if we're not out of time. How are we for time? We're fine. Okay, so let's just take a little bit more here. But there are many definitions of Sufism. And it's almost as if every Sufi has his own definition. Maulana al-Qutb al-Dirdir, yes? Okay, so we have some time, and we want to have questions, we want to have discussion. But it's like every Sufi has his own definition. And you've got to understand these definitions do not contradict each other. There are different perspectives on this incredible reality that manifests itself in so many different ways. Al-Qutb al-Dirdir, may Allah give us the blessings of his wilayah. He says, for example, التصوف علم يعرف به صلاح القلب والحواس. I mean, this is an amazing definition. He says Sufism is a science by which we know the soundness, the healthiness of the heart and the senses. So the Sufi also, his or her senses are sound. Taste, touch, smell, hearing, seeing, and the inner senses as well. Imagination, memory, thought, and so forth. But one of the definitions that I like is Abu Hussein al-Nuri, may Allah be pleased with him, who's one of the early Sufis. And he said, Sufism is neither formalized practices nor acquired sciences. It is ethical conduct. It is akhlaq. And that, no one would object to that. In other words, the Sufis, do they have formalized practices? Yes. And do these differ? Yes. And do these change? That's also true. They do change. But that's not what it is. Those formalized practices, they are not the reality of this thing. Nor is it acquired sciences, although the Sufis are the masters of language and poetry and states, and but that's not what it is. It is ethical conduct, that you worship God as if you could see Him, that you behave as if you could see Him. For although you cannot see Him, He sees you. And again, this is what you see in the Prophet ﷺ. وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. That verily, you have the most noble character, the most perfect character. So that's what it is. Muhammad ibn Ali al-Kattani, who's a little bit before An-Nuri, he said the same thing. Sufism is ethical conduct, akhlaq. Whoever surpasses you in ethical conduct surpasses you in Sufism. And this is why also Imam al-Ghazali, may Allah enable us to love him and to learn from him. This is one of the unique giants of all time and one of the great blessings of all ages. But what is it that he focuses on more than anything else in Ihya Ulum ad-Din? Ethical conduct. The heart, getting the heart right, getting the tongue right, getting ourselves right, learning to live with each other, because that's what it's all about. Where does ethical conduct begin, by the way? Imam al-Ghazali says, in your stomach. You've got to learn how to eat properly and how to drink properly. And you've got to learn to teach your children how to eat politely. Don't throw food, share food, eat the food, don't eat too fast. May Allah give us the ability to begin, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. But he says that thus Sufism is not a system of practice or a body of acquired learning, even of metaphysics or of speculative truth, but it is a way of living right, inwardly and outwardly, and also of being safe, so that when your day of judgment comes, which is when the shroud goes on us, as our brother Shams said the other day, we were talking about the signs of the last day, and he was saying, what's really relevant for you is your last day. When will your day of judgment come? That's really what is of concern to me. So when that comes, are you ready? What was your life like? And this is why also the great Sufi masters, they say that the people who reject this teaching, the teaching of the masters, like Jalaluddin, you can learn from him everything. Then usually they die having stubbornly held to very serious violations of ethical conduct and good without ever having known that. Again, when you look at the Khawarij, whom we talked about, these are people who see clearly what they imagine as the faults of others. They don't see their own faults. They always see the fault of the other. And this is one of the things that we see also in a lot of the Muslims who we may not like to keep their company today. They are arrogant people. They are people who often have no self-consciousness at all, no self-knowledge at all. So we have to learn to live right. And living right means getting the heart right. So it's a rule by which we live, a guideline by which we live. Imam al-Ghazali, may Allah be pleased with him, he defined Sufism and Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal, his great biographical work, as the thorough inner examination of religious experiments and of their results in the practicing believer. So again, this all fits in, but it is this ability to examine. And this is why also the Shaykh al-Akbar, may Allah be pleased with him, he has beautiful statements in his work about ijtihad and the sanctity of ijtihad. Ijtihad, as you know, is when we exert our hearts and minds to find the right answers to things. And it is at the very essence of this prophetic religion. This is a religion that was meant to work everywhere. And that can only be with ijtihad. That how do we apply this religion in Java? We mentioned, for example, that when the Javanese began to build their mosques, they made them sacred mountains, which is a beautiful type of architecture. And, in Java, carpets and even a thatch, you can't have that on the floor because it's too humid, it's too hot. There are insects. Some of them are noxious. So they will have just stone. And the stone is cool. And then the way the mosque is built, it will also be very cool, very empty. Air is flowing in it. But the peasants, they work in rice fields. They're rice peasants. They're muddy when they come to the mosque. And so how do you keep them from getting the mosque muddy? And again, we want to be polite. They're coming to the mosque. You don't want to be rude to them. So the Javanese had an amazing solution. This is ijtihad. And that is that the place where they go to make wudu, they have to walk through a pool of water to get there. And they have to walk through the pool of water when they leave. And then when they come to the beautiful mosque, they have to walk through another pool of water, and so do you if you want to get in the mosque. And so then when they come in the mosque, they're really clean. They're really clean. And no one said anything about dirty feet. See, that's ijtihad. The courtesy. Look at the wisdom in that. And then, of course, you have this muddy water, which is going to be very good for mosquitoes. And so, put some fish in the water, carp and other types of fish. They will keep it clean. They will eat the mosquitoes. And if they get big, maybe you can eat the carp. So, this is the beauty of Islam, that wherever it went, it found a way to fit in perfectly. So ijtihad is there. And you have to also remember that the Sufis are mujtahids. They are blessed mujtahids. But, and this is why they say also, the shaykh is your book. So you need to be a follower, but you also need to be a leader, which means you need to learn to watch the shaykh, study the shaykh, learn about the shaykh, try to think like he does. He is the book. And then see his ijtihad. Because God wants you, the awliya have a nidam. Nidam al-awliya, one of the great walis of India, as many of you know, is Nidam al-awliya, the order of the awliya. He's one of the great ones. I had the honor to visit him. Nidam al-awliya, what an incredible name. But the awliya have a nidam, they have an order. And at the very root of that order is to follow the Quran and the Sunnah. But also adab, 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 to be polite, to be courteous, to give people the benefit of the doubt in everything that you do, in everything that they do. But then part of the nidam of the awliya is that you figure it out. That's why the Sufis, they tell us about metaphysical realities that relate to the heart, that relate to the human body, that relate to the human society and history and other things. No doubt these are among the jewels that Shams Tabrizi, Allah be pleased with him, gave to Mawlana Jalaluddin, that intoxicated him. Like, this makes sense now of all this that you know. You know so much. And now let's show you the infinite, beyond, that never occurred to you, but is there in your heart. So they learn to see, how does God work in creation? How does He manifest Himself in creation? And then they do their ijtihad. What's the benefit of that? Because God loves them. And He wants them to get it. He wants them to figure it out. And He wants to give them a great reward. That's why He wants you also to figure it out. Because then you get a great reward. God could just do it. But it's so much better if you can do it on God's permission and get a great reward for it. Bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. So this is Imam Al-Ghazali, his definition. You know, that Sufism is inner experimentation and realization of the proper practice of religion as transmitted. And this always meant for the Sufis that you must put words into practice before you can understand them, before you can unlock them. I mentioned these beautiful verses of Rumi, may Allah be pleased with him, in which he says, you cannot withstand the light of God. It's too much for you. So he gives you beautiful words. And these words contain in them that light. But it's veiled. And slowly, slowly, it unveils itself. It unpacks itself into your heart as your heart grows. So then you come to understand these things in a way that you never imagined you could ever understand. So we say, مَنْ عَمِلَ بِمَا عَلِمْ أَوْرَثَهُ اللَّهُ عِلْمًا مَا لَمْ يَكُنْ يَعْلَمْ. Whoever will put into practice what he knows, or she, God will give him as an inheritance the knowledge of what he didn't know. And this is one of the signs of tawfiq. This is one of the signs of God's love and His giving us success. So the Sufis then, that's what they are. They're people of practice. And God forgive me for speaking about myself, and especially speaking about the great Shaykh Muhammad Abu Bakr, I love to speak about him because Adiba's here and she remembers him so well. But this is really all he wanted from us. You know, for 16 years that we were with him, he died 3 years after we left to come back to the States. Practice, 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 practice. In fact, in my case, he didn't want me to get a whole lot of knowledge because that wouldn't be good for me. I'll go to my head. It's like you get the basic knowledge of what you have to know to do this deen right. Take care of your wife, take care of your family, take care of your brothers and sisters, serve, and do practice, day and night. Okay, because you've got to practice these words, and then the words will be meaningful. Thus, these experiments correspond to all of the realities that are taught in the law that relate to divine justice, reconciliation with the decree that God decrees. Our brother Shams has this beautiful book, which I hope you all read if you haven't read before, that when you hear hoofbeats, think of a zebra. I didn't get it quite right, but almost did. But in that, there's this beautiful story of this saint who had an incredibly beautiful, I believe, golden horse. And he wouldn't sell it. And so one of the sultans saw it, and he had to have this horse. This horse was so amazingly beautiful. And Sidi Shams describes its beauty. And he wouldn't sell it. And then the sultan sends this representative of his saying that you give him a lot of money, as much as he wants. If he won't sell it, kill him and take it. And so the representative of the sultan goes to him and he says, you have to sell your horse. And he said that the man looked like his own father, so he doesn't want to do anything. But the man said that, I can't remember the words exactly, but God knows best. Whether this is good, whether this is bad, God knows best, but I can't sell the horse. And then, in any case, the soldier says, well, you know, I'm going to go away for a few days. Please think about this. And he tells him, I was told by the Sultan to kill you if you don't give me the horse. Please, please think about this. And then the soldier goes away. Then, if I remember the story correctly, at night, his son gets on the horse. His son loves the horse. The horse rides with his son, and then it stumbles in a hole. It's a really good horse, so it doesn't trip, but it throws the boy, and he breaks his legs. And then the people say, you see? Why didn't you sell this horse? Now your son has broken legs. And then the news comes that war has broken out. So the Sultan has forgotten about the horse. He's now got to go to war. Even the officer, he can't come back. And all the boys in the village are drafted. And so the people come back and they say, what an amazing horse. Because your son will live to serve you. His legs are broken. And our sons probably will never come back. So, in any case, you know, this is about the decree. And it's a very beautiful story. We have so many like that. And in the Quran you have stories like that in the story of Khidr and Musa. But this is what they get. They get this. And one of the greatest secrets of the Sufis is the secret of destiny. Sirrul Qadr, which is unspeakable. But, you know, they say that when you taste that secret, then you'll be happy forever. And they believe in the incomparability of God. They believe in the purity of the Quran. We talked about that a little bit, and other things. But they always stress the direct experience of the objects of faith. You've got to live this religion, not just talk about it. You've got to do it. Theirs is an uncompromising monotheism, again, as we said, that links everything in infinite multiplicity to God. I love very much the answer of our brother Shams, Allah bless him, when our sister Banu asked him the question about, do they always dance the same way? You know, I've seen a lot of these and I've never seen them do it differently. But as Shams beautifully said, it's always different. Because no moment is ever the same. God never creates the same thing twice. You are how many different people during the few minutes that you've been here? In every breath, He renews your creation. And although you are so similar to the identity, you still have the identity of Shams Friedlander or Banu or whoever you may be, but you are fundamentally transformed and different. God never, because God in His infinite bounty that works in the realm of all possibility, these oceans of non-being, if I get the words of Rumi correctly, He always creates something new in every moment of eternity. So relate all of that multiplicity back to Him, the one and the many. And I think that, that's enough for us to say for right now. I want to emphasize again that Sufism is based on the prophetic law, and it never looks down upon the law. It never takes the law lightly. It may indeed severely criticize those practitioners of the law and teachers of the law who turn it into an empty shell. Again, as it's said, Imam Malik said, "Man tasharra'a wa lam yatahaqqaq tafassaq." Whoever lives by the law, conforms with the law, but does not taste the haqiqah, becomes a fasiq, becomes a deviant. And that's almost the same as a hypocrite, because the hypocrite is a fasiq. And whoever lives by the haqiqah, and the realities of haqiqah are an endless ocean, first principles, but first principles lead to infinite myriads of first principles. And we have certain traditions in the world that are filled with metaphysical truths. You can drown there if you want. But if you wear the sandals of the Prophet ﷺ and have that law and get on the ark of Noah, you'll be safe in that sea, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. But the law is very, very important to them. Imam al-Junayd, let's take a few quotations. Imam al-Junayd, who is the Imam of all of us. He is the Imam of the Sufis. He says, "This knowledge of ours is erected on the foundations of the Quran and the Sunnah." Okay, that's its foundation, and it will never leave that foundation. No Sufi has ever proclaimed the absolute necessity of rigorously observing the law with greater vigor than Ibn Arabi. And he was serious about this. He was not a goofy Sufi. He was extremely serious about everything he did. A master of the law, absolutely. Antinomianism, which means to reject the law. We live in the world of the autonomous individual, and that's essentially antinomian. It's essentially a rejection of law. But for Ibn Arabi and for the whole Sufi tradition, any Sufi who rejects the law has brought about a total rupture between the Quran and the Furqan, the inner and the outward. And this is the very essence of destruction. One of the hallmarks of Sunni Islam, and especially of the Sufi tradition, is bringing it all together so that the outward reflects the inward, and the inward goes to infinite heights. Imam al-Sha'rani, who is he's also called one of the Imams of the two groups of the legal thinkers and of the Sufis, and he's also one of the great defenders of Ibn Arabi, may Allah be pleased with them all. He says that it is a matter of consensus among the people of the path, the people of God, the Qawm, the Sufis, that no one is qualified to preside over the path, to be a sheikh, like Mawlana Jalaluddin was, except one who has profound mastery of the religious law. Every sheikh is a faqih, but not every faqih is a sheikh. He asserts that every Sufi, every sheikh is actually the word he uses, is a faqih, but not every faqih is a sheikh. And again, Shamsuddin at-Tabrizi, Maulana Jalaluddin, these were masters of the outward and the inward. Sheikh Ahmed Zarruq, may Allah be pleased with him, one of the great Sufis of North Africa, he says, there can be no Sufism without knowledge of the law and practice of the law. For the outward rulings of God cannot be known except by means of it, the law. But there is also no true knowledge of the law except in conjunction with Sufism. So he's repeating the same reality. They are the ones who know the law. For there is no valid praxis, there's no valid practice, but with truthfulness and sound orientation towards God. And neither of them is possible but with certain faith. We say again that the haqiqah, the ultimate reality, is in the sharia, like butter is in the milk, and you've got to churn the butter to get the milk. And there's so many other things said to be said. Maulana al-Arabi al-Darqawi, one of the great masters of North Africa, he said, whoever desires that freedom show him her face. Freedom is a big thing for Muslims. Al-Hurriya. Al-Hurriya. It's said that the great social value of Islam was justice. And who embodied justice in the Islamic tradition? The Sufi sheikhs and the religious scholars, especially the religious scholars who were independent. And this is something very important, because one of the things we hear in this ideological, ahistorical ranting about Islam in the 20th century is that in Islam there was no separation of church and state. Really? Did you ever study about our history? The reality is that no people on earth ever had a more successful separation of church and state than Muslims did. Because from a very early time, religious scholars become endowed and separated from the state and critical of it. The state needs them for legitimacy, they don't need the state. And therefore they always had the ability to be independent. And this is why in the colonial period and the post-colonial period, as Muslims are charmed by this beast, which is the modern nation state, which has devastated us in the Muslim world, one of the first goals of the political tyrants will be to destroy the independence of the scholarly class. Richard Bullitt, who is a great writer about Islam, he writes about this very well in a book of his called The Case for Islamo-Christian Civilization, which is a book, it's very short and you should read it. It's a very good book. But he says that they knew that by removing from the scholarly class its economic and social independence, that the doors to tyranny would be wide open. And he said they didn't disappoint. So we have a huge problem in the Muslim world with tyranny, and more than we've ever had before. And a lot of it has to do with the demise of these groups who are independent traditionally. But freedom for us was also a great value. But freedom for us, as we have heard in our lectures today, I believe Sidi Shams mentioned that, and certainly Sidi Muhammad Issa mentioned that, freedom is to be God's servant, totally. And then He will set you free. And the saint of God, God becomes the eye with which he sees, the ear with which he hears, the hand with which he grasps, the foot with which he walks. He or she does not ask for anything, but God gives it. That's freedom. That's hurriya. And freedom in Arabic is always associated with nobility and absolute commitment to principle. But he said, if you want freedom to show you her face, her beautiful face, whoever desires that freedom show him her face, let him show her the face of servitude to God. And that means having upright intentions, truthful love, good opinion of others, noble character, and careful adherence to what the law commands and prohibits without any alteration or change. Then freedom will show you her beautiful face, and she won't veil it from you anymore. Peace. Salam. That's how he ends his letters. So Maulana Ibn Ulaywa, this great saint of North Africa, he's also the Sheikh of René Guénon, Abdul Wahid Yahya, Allah have mercy on him, and on Martin Links, Abu Bakr Sirajuddin. He said, as for the perfected ones, these are the great awliya, it is known from their sayings, far and wide, that the ultimate reality, al-haqiqa, can never be separated from the religious law, or vice versa. Among these sayings is their statement that whoever realizes the ultimate reality but does not master the law becomes a heretic. You've heard that from me now several times. And whoever masters the law but does not realize the ultimate reality becomes a profligate. That's somebody else's translation. But it's good. Zindiq. Also among their sayings is the adage that the ultimate reality is hidden within the religious law, like, you heard it from me, I heard it from him, butter is hidden within the milk. By turning the milk, the butter appears. Those who have true knowledge of God are not veiled by the outward aspects of things from their inward realities. This is Tawheed. They are not veiled by the outward realities of things from their inward realities. They are veils of power. They are veils of power. Their existence is impossible without the eternal, necessary existence of God, the one, the real. So they're not veiled by these things ever, nor are they veiled by the inward realities of things from their outward aspects. The outward utterance of speech does not veil them from its meaning, nor does the meaning veil them from the outward utterance. Their feet are firmly planted in both worlds. Their feet are firmly planted in both hadras, both presences, the outward and the inward. And may God make us like that. There's so much more to say. There's not a whole lot of time to say it. And may God bless this gathering. May He bless this beautiful place. This is the land of the awliya. And this is one of the great things about Islamic civilization. If you were to study Ottoman history, Seljuk history, the history of the Muslims of Central Asia, of Spain and Portugal, we created an amazing civilization that was free and that was liberating. And that's not an exaggeration. And in which Jews were respected and Christians were respected. The Jews of Muslim Spain and Portugal, many of them were pure Hebrews. They are very special people. And they attained a level here they never, ever attained before that or after that. And they knew that. They acknowledged that. And they had great freedom here. They had great honor here. And all Christians did as well. Every single Muslim city here had a Catholic bishop, honored and respected, who could go to Rome whenever he wanted to. Okay, we never had a problem with that. You're free, you know. And yet, in this civilization here, we've talked about that before. One of the amazing things that Islam did was it did undercut the feudal system. It freed the peasants. And it did that almost without knowing it was doing it. You know, but this land was rich. And always when you study about it, you see that the great Sufis, the people who wanted God, who would live in the mountains and live in caves and journey from one place to another, they could live here very freely. The people respected them. The people loved them. The people benefited from them. And there was this harmony between them and others. When you read the Shaykh al-Akbar, you'll get lots of stories about that, of great awliya that he met in Granada, great awliya that he met in Murcia, and so forth. And this is the way it was in the Muslim world. And we've talked in the past about Islamic globalism. Can we use that word? You know, Ibn Battuta, when he sets out from Venice in the 14th century to go to China, because China is where it's happening. This was the great Muslim economic undertaking of the 13th and the 14th century. Scholars have written about it. The Muslims put together with the Chinese, and especially with the Mongols, the Il Khans, the Yuan Mongol rulers of China and others, they put together an incredible economic system. An incredible economic system. That's been studied very well. And of course there is this globalism in which you can travel. On the Indian Ocean, you have the Chinese Navy that will protect you from pirates. And you have Muslim merchants are the main ones that are going. And you have also Europe was part of that. Italy, Provence, what is today Belgium, and so forth. Very, very amazing thing. Ibn Battuta is part of that world. Venice was part of that world. So he wants to find out what's out there. And he and his family set off from Venice. They go on their long journey. You know about that. Ibn Battuta is an alien from the time he leaves the province of Venice. I meant Marco Polo. Thank you. Thank you. That would have been a disaster. Ibn Battuta was not a Venetian, okay? And when Marco Polo comes back to Venice, Ibn Battuta leaves Tangier to make his pilgrimage. And then he will travel maybe 3 times as far as as Marco Polo went. The amazing thing about Ibn Battuta is he's never a foreigner, ever. Whether he goes to Anatolia and is among the Turks and the Persian speakers, whether he goes to China, Central Asia, whether he goes to the Maldive Islands, whether he goes to East Africa, West Africa, whether he comes to Spain or Portugal, he's always at home with his Muslim brothers. That's amazing. But one of the things that we see when we look at that world, that Ibn Battuta gives us a window into, is that in that world, it wasn't just an economic globalism, although it was that. An amazing economic globalism. But it was also a world in which the saints could move with great freedom everywhere, and they did. And the scholars as well. And in fact, people like Richard Eaton, who's a great scholar, he said that was more important than the economics. So we'll end with that. That great reality, which is taking place at the time when the Ottoman Empire is just beginning, the 1300s, that will come to a devastating end in the 14th century. And what is the reason for that? Something we want to pay attention to history. The Black Death, the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague will spread through all of China. Again, in Europe, we tend to be very myopic. We can't be that way. Europeans have got to learn that they're part of the world. And that if they want to understand themselves, they've got to know what the Muslims were doing and what they were doing with the Muslims and what they were getting from the Muslims. But in European history, we read about the bubonic plague as if it were a European disaster in Paris, in London, in other cities. In reality, the Black Death devastated the Muslim world and the Chinese world infinitely more, because it was essentially an urban plague. And these were urban civilizations. Europe was still very, very rural. So the plague will have a bad effect on Europe. There's no question about that. But it has a different historical result. And in any case, may God benefit us from our company. The beginnings are the manifestations of the ends. This is, I believe, it's got to be an incredible beginning. Why? Because we're talking about Maulana Jalaluddin. And when you talk about him, he will make up for all the rest, even though we don't do a very good job. Although Shams and Sidi Muhammad do a really good job. But these awliya, they will make up for it. And we have got to bring this to life, this legacy. We've got to imbibe it. We've got to live it. We've got to know it. This is what the world needs. And Muslims, more than anybody on the face of God's earth, they've got to re-embrace this tradition. They've got to learn this. And as long as they alienate themselves from it and they war against it, which unfortunately is so common today, no good is going to come. And what is bad will become worse. You have picked the way to your destruction. And unless you can have this sense to pull back, then there's not much hope there. We ask God to enable us to do something which perhaps is a little bit different and hopefully quite effective, little by little. اللهم وفقنا لما تحبه وترضاه وجعلنا من عبيدك السعداء وأمتنا على كلمة الهدى علمنا ما ينفعنا ووفقنا للعمل بما علمتنا به واجعل ما نحن فيه خالصا مخلصا لوجهك الكريم يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعل تجمعنا هذا تجمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما لا شقيا منا ولا محروما. Ameen. Thank you so much. And I think that you will tell the people what we're going to do, but basically we've got free time, right? And food time. Inshallah, inshallah. Okay, great. You're welcome. Bismillah. Astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah. Thank you very much. I'm deeply honored that you say that. And I know that you say it truthfully. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. God, I believe it's so if you say it. Whenever a saint praises